here in the Eastern Cape province in your Escape to Nature experience on a nice, warm and sunny day out here on the reserve. I hope you're all doing very well and excited. And we're starting off with some buffalo. Morning again, everybody. My name is Andrew, and I have Mpho behind the camera. We're doing well. We hope you are doing well as well. And we're starting off with some buffaloes over there. Very nice sighting. They're in the sun. They're all grazing. Seems like they all had a nice rest last night, and they're all looking quite content and happy over here. They've been here for quite some time, a good few days. And I think they're quite happy here because there is water nearby and there's quite a bit of grazing over here. And then the lions, which have gone into an area where we unfortunately aren't going to view for now, they're not close by here at all. So I think these buffaloes are feeling quite comfortable that this is a good spot to be in. Okay. Remember, if you do have any questions that you'd like to send through to us, you are always welcome. Any suggestions and comments and things like that, please send them through. They will come through to us and we can have a chat with you. That would be lovely. I'm not sure if you can see that black bird that's flying around there. It's quite common to see fork-tailed drongos busy following big animals like buffalo for those disturbed insects. Let's watch them a bit. Let's see what they're going to do, these buffalo. Jerry, thank you. I'm also looking forward to a nice chill day here with the Escape to Nature here in Amakhala Game Reserve. I'm glad you can join us. It's lovely to hear from you. And hopefully we're going to see and speak about some really interesting things. Now what's nice is that most of the safari trucks have now gone back to camp for Operation Bacon and Eggs. So they're all gone back. They're all going to be relaxing in their accommodations and so on. So essentially we have got the entire game reserve all to ourselves, with the exception of the odd day safari, which might take place. I'm not sure if there are any booked, but that's one of the things that Amakhala does offer. You can come and stay here for a few days if you want as an in-house guest, or if you would just like to do a game drive with your family or friends or yourself, you can book a day safari out here, which lasts about 3.5 hours, and then head back to the camp afterwards, one of the lodges, have lunch, and then you head off back home. So lots of different things up for offer here at Amakhala Game Reserve. So while we've been sitting here, Mpho pointed out that he could hear some Vivid Monkeys alarm calling, and it sounds a little bit like this. I never heard it, unfortunately, but yeah, Vivid Monkeys will make good indicators. If you hear their alarm calling or you hear baboons barking, you must definitely follow up and see what's going on. Oh, there's a beautiful big bull right in the back there. Look at that. Still got a few more years to mature. I see that bull, if you have a look at his horns, the boss, the helmet piece on his skull, still needs to harden. So he is definitely getting there, getting into a dominant state. And the bosses harden after roughly 9 years, between 8 and 9 years. And that's when they become dominant and try and breed with some females. But as those bosses are starting to form, they're actually quite soft and hairy. At the end of the day, the horns that you're seeing on these buffalo is actually made up of compacted hair, keratin. That's what we call it. If you don't know what keratin is, have a look at your fingernails. That is keratin. It is compacted hair. Alison, when do me and Mpho have our breakfast? No, we don't require food. We just top up the oil and water and brake fluid in our bodies and we're good to go. We're machines out here. No, I'm just joking with you. So before we leave in the morning, so we have a bit of cereal at about 5 o'clock in the morning, which I personally struggle with. I'm not really a morning eater. And then for lunch, we will go to one of the lodges, Liebenbusch, who has kindly said that they will cater food for us, and lovely food, let me tell you. And then they also cater our dinners as well, which is a takeaway. We take it back to our accommodation, and myself and Mpho will have a good chat about how the day went and what is the plan tomorrow while we're having a nice meal together. There's a cow and a calf over here. I have seen this cow quite a few times. And I did see that that cow buffalo in this group now, just a little bit earlier on, with that white tip on the nose. And you're all familiar with her. I think it's about time we gave her a name. I was thinking along the lines of pigments, but if you have any suggestions there, please send it through. I would love to hear what you think we should name that buffalo with the white nose. Oh, it's a young bull calf that's just walking through here with the mom. Another cow on the far right-hand side there. Oh, sorry, Taliwe, I never got that. Would you mind repeating it? Sorry, my earpiece is right on the lowest volume, so it doesn't leak any of the sounds. So, sorry, if you can repeat that question. Michelle S. Oh, that is a very good question. Does Amakhala cater for disabled people, if that's what I heard? Let me just give that a think. Some of the lodges know. I'm not actually 100% sure if any of the lodges do cater for physically disabled people, so people in wheelchairs and things like that. So I'm not 100% sure about that. But me personally, while I was a guide out here, I did have some guests that had leg problems and they were permanently on crutches and things like that, and chronic back pain. They can go on the safaris. Of course, it's at your own discretion. If you think you're going to survive that safari with a back pain or physical injuries or disabilities, that would be up to you. But the guide will always just try and communicate with you that, the roads are bumpy, the drives do last sometimes up to 3.5 hours long. But yeah, if they're keen, they're definitely able to go out on the drive. Okay, what a morning it's going to be, it feels like. Speaking of morning, I believe Cedric wants to greet you all, so let's head off to Madikwe.
Camera, we've got Eagle, sorry, because timing here was a little bit out here, but as you can see, we have got a nice herd of elephants that has just come past us here, and it is raining in Madikwe. But good morning, thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature. As I said, that's Eagle and I'm Cedric. And yes, as you can see, this beautiful herd of elephants just moving now towards one of the main roads this side, and it has been raining. You can see how wet the elephants are, you can see how wet the roads are as well. So we've had a proper amount of rain during the night time this morning, and it is still raining as well, so it is going to be a little bit tough. A lot of the roads have been closed around this area because it is this area is very sensitive. Some of the soil types here, we've got, like, of course, the black cotton soil and a lot of sodic areas, and so it is a little bit tough for some of these roads. So we'll try and see what we can do. We must probably head a little bit north, and hopefully we can pick up on other beautiful animal species around here. But it is nice just to start off with this beautiful herd of elephants. I think they're all very happy that it is raining, as you can see, especially that little one. Yes, very, very excited. Good old morning rain. But it's funny, it does need a little bit of an injection of rain, I think. That's definitely, because it is over the last week or so. You could see the grass was really turning to that brown color, the typical winter colors, and becoming quite dry. A lot of the water holes as well started emptying out as well, so in the pans and the wallows. But yes, eat the food. But I'm just trying to take a look, because I did, sorry, I'm just trying to listen out here, because they said they had lines a little bit further north from where we are now. We are just going to try and follow up on them later on and see. But you know, predators of this kind of weather, you know, tucked up under a bush or definitely curled up somewhere, not the easiest. And imagine with that red soil on their bodies, and of course with this rain that's coming down now, I wonder if it's actually going to wash that soil off. I'm sure maybe we'll have some red, like little droplets coming off their body. But it was a nice surprise waking up to this rain. And I think like this with the elephants now that they've got, you know, that there's a bit of rain that's coming through, I think they're not going to go too often down to the dams and that. You know, they still need a drink. I mean, they're not going to get any water from the rain, like, you know, putting their trunks up in the air and sucking the raindrops before it hits the ground. I'm sure they'll just go to one or two dams, maybe once on a cool day like this, on a rainy day, and not too reliant on the water and that. So. Yes, Madison, good morning. It's definitely, it is quite nice, this red coloration. I love it. We don't see this coloration at all in the Sabi Sands, because really there's not many of these red soil types around that side where they'll actually use to make, oh yes, next to us. More like this red soil types that's around the Sabi Sands. So it's nice to see this coloration, Madison. I think it is amazing, because most of the elephants that we do see, their Djuma and that is mostly grey because of all the grey mud and the clay, and so yeah, definitely got a complete different coloration. But this area's got also that grey coloration. So if you sometimes sit at the dam, like Clow Dam the other day, we had three different colours. We had like a very tawny colour, we had the red colour, and we had the grey colour elephants, because all different soil types, and those elephants came from different areas from the reserve, and sand bathing or mud wallowing with those different soil colours. Is going behind there now. As you can see, the beautiful acacia with these white thorns. You can actually, here in South Africa, we use them as toothpicks. So if you're ever in the bush and you need a toothpick, you grab one of those beautiful white thorns and use it as a toothpick. Very, very nice way to use it as well. And very palatable for these animals. They love these leaves. These leaves are palatable. They're very well kind of utilized, and hence for the white thorns. And there goes the elephant. So all part of the same herd. As you can see, a little bit spread out, but as soon as they have to rest or if they have to go down to a water hole, they'll all congregate together, and the family itself, and then they'll move. But for now, they're nicely spread out. Alright, there is a vehicle behind us that wants to come past, and it looks like the elephants are disappearing. So what we might do very soon is try and head a little bit north and try and follow up on those lions, and hopefully we are going to be successful with them, because as I say, well, the rain is going to dampen it a little bit, but it should be fine. Right, I have to start. Alright, while we are going to head further north, let's head over to Alex in Okaukuejo, as he wants to say good morning to everybody.
And clearly not too much going on at the moment here at Okaukuejo, but a lot of blacksmith lapwings that are about. There is that grebe that is also on the water's surface. You will be able to see it, because that is what is creating that disturbance. There's also a number of Namakwa sandgrass, and they do have that bubbly sound, and that's what's going to come through to you now on the audio. That right there, although a little bit faint, we will hear them a lot louder, I'm sure, within the moment, and there'll be little flocks or pockets of them that will be here. So we're waiting for some form of four-legged animal with a heartbeat to come through at the moment. We do obviously have the winged version, and they obviously have a heartbeat too, but we're just waiting on, as I said, the droves of animals that do come through here to Okaukuejo. So we will no doubt see zebra, springbok, gemsbok, and probably wildebeest. Those are the four that I kind of bank on. Probably the black-faced impala as well. So call it 5 that we bank on, and we're waiting to see if hopefully we get a breeding herd of elephant through. We have seen the bulls. So the bulls are out and about, and they have been within area at least over the last 2 weeks. So we just have to wait and see how this all goes. But I, for one, am one that is waiting for a breeding herd of elephant. That would be really nice to see. Otherwise, not too much. The patience here has to get engaged. It's really not too much of a problem when you get to listen to Namakwa sandgrass. Namakwa sandgrass, such an awesome sound.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer, and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
So it's one of those moments where we just have to wait for the animals to come and join us. But what we are doing is enjoying the little grebe. You'll see it skating around the water surface at the moment. Otherwise, we are listening to a numerous amount of Namakwa sandgrass and blacksmith lapwings. So you'll notice little pockets of the... Actually, those are them that just flew past. But you'll notice little flocks or pockets of them. They are kind of quite busy around the water's edge. And you'll also hear the blacksmith lapwing. So those are the two things that are really treating us at the moment. It looks like a wildebeest that's just off in the distance. So we'll have to wait and see until that comes down. Otherwise, just enjoy the morning chorus. Share it of Kikuyu. Good morning to you, Ali. Thank you very much for tuning in. And if you are watching, there's a zebra, a lone one, which isn't necessarily the case all the time here. We normally see them in droves. But there is a lone zebra that's there. And it looks like a couple of springbok are about as well. So I'm hoping that they come and join us, Ali. And I'm hoping that you enjoy your escape to nature with us as well. So it's just one of those moments where we kind of just have to wait and see what is going to start to unfold. A few springbok that are around. There's one or two at the waterhole at the moment. We're listening to the sandgrass. We're waiting on anything else to kind of come through and treat us to a nice sighting. But at the moment, it's just kind of that time where we get to enjoy the morning. Hi Janet, thank you very much, and it really does depend on your preference and what you are looking for. And I don't want to be the one that sits here and says you should go to any which place, but I will say this, there are numerous ones that are favorites, and I would say obviously the Greater Sabi Sands, obviously an awesome area to go to. The Thuli block is also fantastic, Mashatu. The Waterberg in South Africa, also a hidden gem, no one really knows about it, and I must say that it really is quite fantastic. But you're looking at different terrain and different things, so even the Waterberg different to the Greater Kruger, and the Southern Kruger completely different to the Northern Kruger, and of course Mashatu even different to the Northern Kruger as well, completely different things. So it really does come down to what you're looking for. But there are other areas, so places like Wangi, Vic Falls, Monopools, South Luangwa, the Chobe, Savuti, Moremi, of course, Okukuyo, in Etosha. So it really does depend on what you're looking for. So I think what you really need to do is think about the animals you wish to try and find, and then try to find them on their terms, obviously. But perhaps in the dry season when you have a good chance of seeing them. Of course, certain animals obviously more active certain times of the year and certain times of the day as well. So there's quite a lot to factor in. So I suppose if you send through an itinerary and you have certain keystone, or I suppose key points you wish to identify on that, so KPIs, send those through and we can probably tailor you something that would work to your benefit for what you wish to see. But there's a lot of spaces, and I think all of them are special on their own and to their own regard, and none should be kind of glossed over. I did also move over Mfolozi, northern Zululand area, and that place is also quite fantastic, particularly for birds. I need to spend a lot more time there. Going up on the north coast, it's one area that I didn't really spend time in terms of my bush experience. It was mostly anywhere from kind of the Sabi River northwards. So I did miss out on that experience, and I'm looking forward to going in to explore that area. Lots to see and lots to do as well. But the natural world, really, that is the treasure. So it doesn't really matter where you are. If you can appreciate it for what it is, you'll always see a good thing. So just sitting back, we're enjoying some of the animals that are now starting to filter their way down. So we've got some zebra, looks like a kudu, and an impala, and we are listening to the Makwa sandgrouse that have been kind of ever present for the last half hour. So you hear that clippity-clop of the zebra, and you also hear them wading through the water. So they're starting to get quite deep in there. There isn't much wind, and it is rather quite placid at the moment. So the surface of the water not doing too much. You'll hear them kind of moving through the concrete and then also wading through and disturbing all that water as well. So obviously they're going to be kicking up the silt and probably making that side of the water quite distasteful for anything else that comes through. Not that they are really too worried, but that is probably what's going on. So the zebra, clearly quite thirsty, and they have waded rather deep into the water. So it is rather cool at the moment. Of course, it's going to get very warm here throughout the course of the day and into the later afternoon. But these zebra doing their utmost to enjoy water. They are quite thirsty things. They consume far more liters than a human being would in a day. So if you consider that max, a human being probably takes between 4 and 5 liters of water in a day, these zebras are a maximum taking around 23 liters. So if you do the maths, it's a fair amount of water that gets consumed. So when you have hundreds of them that come through, and taking 20 odd liters at least through that, you can obviously understand why the water level here at times does drop because of that. There are good numbers of them here. Zebras are the second most populous herbivore of Etosha. And we do have a wildebeest that's coming down. Quite awesome. So fantastic to spend time with the zebra. No doubt we'll spend a lot more time with him throughout the course of the day. But it is time for us to head back over to Cedric and see what's going on with his lions.
And yes, we have found our leons, or leons in Madikwe. And as you can see, we've got a female that's just resting under these bushes. So exactly what I thought due to this rain that's coming down. Think that a lot of these lions, especially the lions, during the daytime, if it's raining, they would rather just take cover and keep warm and sleep for the day, for the duration of this rain as well. I mean, there's even impala about like 50 meters from them, and they're not even bothered about those impalas. So it shows that these lions will rather just take a good old snooze for the morning. There was a nice female there, and then of course we've got like maybe 3 or 4 females, and then we've got the Mahiwa male, the dark mane Mahiwa male, that is buried in the grass with the impala in the background just chewing away on some leaves. Where's impala? See, impala are right so close to them. Well, you never know. Maybe, looking at the wind direction, the wind is pretty much coming from that side from them to the lions. So maybe these impalas haven't noticed those lions yet. So you can imagine, maybe those impalas do decide to start rutting, because the rutting season is starting now with the males. So the males are starting to chase each other around. And maybe, you never know, maybe the one male will chase the other one into these lions, and then there will be action. But yeah, for now the action is the raindrops, and these lions are just fast asleep. So of course this male, we did see him yesterday morning, no, the day before evening. We got to see this male, the Mahiwa male, when they were on a wildebeest kill, and of course that is done a long time ago. And of course they are moving a little bit further away from that area where we did find them 2 days ago. Actually quite far from there. So he is one of 2 brothers. Pride is, or the coalition is known as the Mahiwa Coalition. Of course there's 2 brothers, and this dark mane male tends to hang around a little bit longer with the female, with another pride, compared to the blonde-maned male, which hangs around with another pride most of the time. So they're definitely keeping their eyes on this pride. But the amazing thing is, of course, these 2 males have the same genes because they are brothers. So it's a fantastic way and clever way, because now they can spread their genes not just with one pride, but now 2 prides. And that is always a clever thing. So it's always nice just to have more than one male in a coalition, because then you can do those kind of things. You'll see a female, she is looking at those impalas. You can see she's tucked away there. And as I say, you never know what's going to play out here. Things can definitely change very quickly, as those impalas are so unaware of these lions that's under this bush. It looks like a young female, this one, just by the size. So I think this is the pride with 2 older females, and they've got the 2 younger females and the young male. So 5 in this pride. That's excluding the big male. Sorry about that, I'll just have to keep my ears open on the radio because we're the only one in the sighting, so in case somebody wants to make their way here. But the rain is starting to, sorry, I'll just have to cover my screen here. I think the last thing I want to do is damage the equipment there. But it's nice seeing these lions so often, and you know, Madikwe is a big reserve. It's 80,000 hectares, so you know these lions have got a lot of space to move. And I mean, of course, this male that's here, the Mahiwa male. He's looking up. No, he's. Oh. So this, oh no, he's not going to do much. I think you won't even see. I think you're just going to see a mane. Sorry, I can't see exactly what we're looking at because I have to cover the monitor. But yeah, these males have got like a huge territory, very big. I mean, you're looking at look at them. Hello, boy. It looks like that black is going to one side. He's got this typical black stripe that's heading into what's like half dark and half gold mane. But yeah, and their territory stretches from the northern side, northeastern side of Madikwe towards practically almost the center of Madikwe, in the northern areas, and then of course stretching quite far down south as well. And compared to the females' territories, way smaller, at least a third of the size of the male's territory. Alright, well, we're going to just see, unfortunately, the rain is a little bit coming down a little bit hard now. We just have to try and see if we can try and protect one or two things. Yeah, while we do that, let's head over to Alex in Okokweyo.
So sad state of affairs with regards to the rain. However, action is starting to pick up here, and it's quite awesome to see these oryx come through like this. Of course, also have a springbok that's right here where the water gets pumped, and the water level having risen over the last few days. I do think there's been a bit of precipitation, but I do think that with the zebra numbers starting to drop as well, it has afforded the waterhole level to kind of rise, and of course then stabilize too. So one of those things. But a number of sandgrass that are still with us. The oryx are slowly starting to move off, and it seems that the springbok are kind of taking over the waterhole kind of dynamic at the moment, with the zebra also looking to be pushing off. But there's a little harem that looks like it's coming through, so probably is going to change. A rather awesome morning to enjoy anyway. So kind of just sitting back, waiting to see what happens. Of course, the dynamic does change over hours, so I think within around 2.5 odd hours we should maybe start to see Adam stalks. There were not that many yesterday, so it seems that they are slowly starting to move off. So once again, that seasonal change definitely dictating the dynamic of the waterhole, and we're still waiting to see, as I said earlier, a breeding herd of elephants. So that really would be quite fantastic, because we then should hopefully see more than 10 of them. It does depend on the breeding herd, and it does obviously depend on whether they are around or not. So we'll just have to wait and see what does happen. But at the moment, 1 or 2 springbok that are about. However, we're just going to have to sit back, wait for the rest of the animals to come and join us, and just take in the sounds of Okokweyo. So it's really one of those moments where we get to actually enjoy the peace and quiet, or I suppose serenity. No, let's not talk about peace and quiet because there's quite a bit going on, but the serenity of the wilderness. And we'll just have to sit back, wait for the others to come through and join us. But it is quite a fantastic day. Clearly quite pleasant, quite calm. No wind around really at the moment. And a fantastic chorus within the Makwa sandgrass to enjoy. So who can complain? In the distance, you'll pick up that red-billed spurfowl. Of course, we do get a number of other spurfowl that we will note and see. We did actually see the Natal spurfowl yesterday across in Djuma at Gari Dam, and that was quite fantastic because they generally hang around in quite thick vegetation. Not necessarily the easiest thing to see, but here we are. We're waiting on other animals to come and join us and just taking in the bird vocals of the surrounding area of the Kikuyu waterhole. Now, yes, definitely they are. And there are a number of quite cool birds that are around in this area. So there are a couple of hornbills. There is a sunbird. And there is a specific type of parrot that comes from this area. Of course, this area really designated from really around here into southern Angola. And it does get quite dry. So west of Etosha into Damara land, and that is where we find the desert elephant, lion, and black rhino. So a little bit more arid adapted than we would have in here. But definitely the same kind of lineage. However, they are obviously not within this system. They are more in a more arid system, for want of a better word. And because of that, it does obviously dictate a number of different settings. So there are certain birds that obviously are endemic to the area. There are also a lot of birds that are also found throughout many other areas within southern Africa and even Africa itself. But some of the area locals and specials include things like Ruppel's parrot, maybe the dusky sunbird for some. There are a number of different hornbills, as I said, so Monteros, the Damara as well, and there is one other that I'm currently just missing out its name on. I can't think of it, I will bring it up, but there are a number of birds that are really quite special, and of course they are kind of adapted and specialists within area. And as I said, there's also a number that also you find throughout Africa as well. So things like the Egyptian geese we get here, we also get them throughout southern Africa and into Kenya at least, so all the way up into East Africa and actually up to Egypt really. So they cover a vast area. And from what I've actually read, there are a number of Egyptian geese that are even started to now populate the UK. So I suppose it does really depend on what you're trying to look for and what you're trying to find, but some of the area specials, as I said, Ruppel's parrot, Montero's, and the Damara hornbill, and perhaps if you haven't seen it, a dusky sunbird as well. It'll definitely be up there, but there are a few others, and I know that there's definitely another hornbill that I have missed out on. I just need to think about it, but those two and the Ruppel's parrot, probably for me, the ones that I would be looking for in the area.
Are you safari savvy? How good is your animal knowledge? Animal Quizmania is back by popular demand.
How cool is this?
In aid of Earth Month for the whole month of April, we will be hosting Quizmania. Teams will pit against each other every week for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people. Fill out the form on our website, name your team, and come get wild.
So it's fantastic to have all these zebra coming down towards us. And we were just talking about some of the area specials in terms of birds. If you are a birder, there are a number of birds that you probably wish to see or find within this Etosha landscape. And of course, really quite good for birds of prey. So there are a number of harriers that you probably would like to try and find that would be on your list if you were out here and you were trying to bird. So those harriers being the pallid harrier, Montague harrier, a couple of cool falcons as well, in particular the pygmy falcon being quite special here. Things like the Birchall sandgrouse as well, awesome to see, black-winged pratincoll, the Montero's hornbill, and I did also mention the Bradfield's hornbill as well, so that was the one that I was missing out on earlier. And you get things like the bare-cheeked babbler, black-faced babbler, and then really pretty birds. So pretty birds being crimson-breasted shrikes, the violet woodhoopoo, which is an area special. It does hybridize to some degree and into some area with a green back woodhoopoo that we see quite regularly here in southern Africa. and in South Africa particularly. So the violet-backed wood hoopoo being quite an area special. Of course, that iridescence being a bit different, but of course where they do overlap with that green-backed wood hoopoo, there is a bit of hybridization that could obviously occur. Another really pretty bird, and one of my favorites, and I've seen a number of them, is a violet-eared waxbill. A little small bird, but really quite cool and awesome little violet notes on its head. Quite fantastic to see. But at the moment, what we're doing, we're sitting back, we're enjoying the springbok that are around, and we're also enjoying the zebra that have come through. Just picking up the audio of some helmeted guinea fowl that are in the area, and of course, sandgrouse that we've also heard here and there. Blacksmith lapwings ever present. So it's one of those moments we just get to sit back and enjoy. Just take in the sights and sounds of Okukuya. So we actually see that little flock of Namakwa sandgrass that just flew over right above us. A cool little bubbly sound. Looks like the zebra are going to slowly start to move off. I think the sandgrass might have spooked them. Probably see them turning back, but it seems that that drink is over. And again, what we're going to do is just sit back and just enjoy the scenes of Okukuya. Hi Stuart, thanks very much for your question. And they are completely different species. So of course doves closely related to pigeons and of that same family. And sandgrouse more closely related to things like quails, spurfowl and francolin, to be completely honest. So it's actually a game bird and they are hunted in many areas as well. So definitely higher up on the game bird kind of list if you were to be shooting, and that being with shot. shotguns, and sandgrouse definitely being a game bird. So along with spurfowl, francolin, even pigeon to some degree, doves here and there, but definitely higher up on that kind of game bird list are things like sandgrouse. So, as I said, what we're doing, we're just sitting back, we're enjoying the sights and scenes of Okukuyo. A number of zebra moving off, and we've got a number of springbok that are hanging about. And it is rather kind of placid and chilled at the moment, no wind really to talk about. And we have an awesome surface to enjoy here. So, let's just enjoy the moment. There's quite a bit going on, so it's nice to just track your eyes through the space, but also just enjoy what else is going on here. So our zebra have moved off, the springbok are still hanging about, and what we're doing is just enjoying the moment for what it is. So just taking a moment just to sit back and enjoy Okukuyo, enjoy the springbok that are here, and of course take in all the bird audio that is around as well. So sit back, enjoy, and kind of get yourself into the space. So we're kind of waiting on the next kind of groupings of animals, or herd, harem, depends on which collective you want to use, but we're waiting on them to come through and join us. Otherwise, what we are doing is sitting back and enjoying the Springbok for what they are, just taking in the bird audio that is around here at Okukrio at the moment. A little bit of clouds slowly starting to build, otherwise peaceful moments that we get to enjoy here at Okukrio. So while we wait on other animals to come and join us, the impala has, it's time for us to head across to Amakala and Andrew and see what's going on there.
Thanks very much, Alex. Yeah, we do have an elephant here. It's one of the bulls called Afstert, and he's actually moving through the thicket now, not feeding at all. He's just moving. So he's going to cover a bit of ground quite quickly, and for us to wrap around and sort of try and get him again is going to be very difficult. So we're just going to watch him just move off there and allow him to be him. And one thing I did notice with him, he is in full must at the moment. So definitely his testosterone is busy spiking, and very interested in breeding with some females. Now you've got to be careful of this bull, especially when he's in must, because he can be a little bit boisterous. So it's always advisable just to keep quite a great distance from him. Make sure that he doesn't come too close to the vehicles. And there he goes. So we're actually on the sort of the far northeastern point on the reserve. So we've actually covered quite a bit of ground up until now. We were hoping to come across the breeding group, but we only managed to come across him. I think the breeding group is probably in the thicket at the moment, busy feeding, or maybe even catching a little bit of a siesta with the young calves in the group. And there he goes. Okay, so it looks like he's throwing a bit of earth on his back there. I think there's a little bit of mud there. It's just amazing how they figure out where these little mud puddles are. And there he's just moving a little bit there. It's debatable what happened to his tail with this elephant bull. It could have been it could have been maybe he got a bit of a scratch or a bit of a wound on his tail, and then the ticks got in there, and then of course the oxpeckers, they do like to keep wounds open on animals so they can drink the blood and also the ticks and so on. And so I think that could be what happened. He had a little bit of a wound, oxpeckers came along and never allowed the wound to heal, and then later on his tail would have just snapped off. Another situation that could have taken place is when he was a young calf, you know, growing up with some other calves of more or less the same age group as him. Sometimes they do play fights, but every now and then it gets serious, and if it's getting serious and that tail gets in the mouth of another calf, it's possible that that calf would have bit down and broken off the tail. And then there's always a possibility of predators.
Question, Nathan. Was Aztec called heritage tail, Nathan?
Okay, so it's just a bit of his back that is visible now. Warming up quite nicely now. So this morning we head out around about 6 when it started to get light, because it gets light a lot later out here in the Eastern Cape than the other locations. So we actually only managed to get out from about 5:45 this morning. And by saying that, the temperature was so cool, but now the temperature has probably risen at least 4 or 5 degrees since we head out early this morning. Makes it a little bit difficult for us because we're constantly taking off layers and putting them back on, taking them off, putting them back on. But now it's getting very nice and warm now. I think the animals, like elephants, are fully aware that today is going to be pretty warm, and a good idea just to do a little bit of mud wallowing or throwing mud on the body just to protect the skin from that harsh sun. Now bear in mind, they don't have much body fur or hair on the body, and so that sun is going to be very harsh on their skin. And this is where mud wallowing and throwing sand on their back comes in. Nathan, good morning. Thanks for your question. So you're asking, would Afstad's calf inherit the short tail? So Afstad wasn't born with the short tail. I mean, it can be possible, I guess. I mean, sometimes animals can be born unique. But if that's the case, I doubt if he has any calves, or if he manages to make any of the females pregnant, which I'm sure he's done already. I doubt very much they're going to inherit that short tail trait. But it would be very handy for us if that was the case, because we would be able to identify Afstad's calves without a shadow of doubt in the future. But no, there's actually another elephant with a broken tail as well. It's quite common with elephant to lose tails. I've seen so many elephants with short tails. Did you hear that, Mpo? What was it? Was the elephant? You just heard some funny sounds now. It wasn't like a vocalization or anything like that. I just heard some sounds. I think it came from this elephant bull here. I'm not quite sure what that sound was. He could have possibly taken a bit of water. Maybe there's a mud puddle there with a bit of water in. And sometimes they do take it in. If there's a bit of more water there, they'll just take it in the trunk and then spit it out again. That's what I think happened now. I'm glad he stopped where he is, because at least we can still see a portion of him, and it would be nice to be here with you all for a little bit of time. Shannon, morning, and that compliment is for you, Mpo. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Mpo says, thank you very much. Yeah, no, we've got some nice areas on this reserve where we can view. We get a little bit elevated when the animals are in the thickets, which is a big bonus. We can get a little bit higher than them, and even if it's just a portion of the back or a bit of the tail, doesn't matter. We can still watch. What's beautiful about this is you're watching animals in their natural environment doing natural activities. That is the joy of what I do, and this is the reason why I'm doing what I do. My aim in my life is to see as many wild animals as I possibly can before the day that I cannot do this anymore. When I pass away, I would like to know that I have really utilized my time and spent that time with nature. That's my whole mission in life. And there he goes, a little bit mobile there. He's gonna probably walk a bit more into that thicket there. And he's heading sort of towards an area called Bushman's Grave, which is just beyond him. That red soil area just beyond that elephant. It's called Bushman's Grave, if you can see it. It's quite a nice landmark area for us and historical. And what happened was, because this was old cattle farms, you find that sometimes erosion is a problem because, cattle, they walk on the same path sometimes and they compact the soil and the vegetation doesn't really get a chance to grow back. And then this became a game reserve after it was cattle farms about 23 years ago. And erosion started at Bushman's Grave, that area just beyond that elephant. Then the landowners, they wanted to go and inspect this erosion. So they all went in a vehicle and they all got there to see how the erosion was, if there's anything they can do to try and manage the erosion. And they found a skeleton of 2 human beings that was revealed by the erosion. And so immediately the reserve called some paleontologists over to come and investigate. And they came to the conclusion that there were 2 bushmen, Khoisan bushmen. Don't know how old the skeleton was, but it would have been a good few hundred years old. What was interesting about that was, because with the Khoisan, it was quite common that they were very short people, unbelievably short. And the 2 skeletons that they found there of the humans, one was very short, like a normal Khoisan bushman would be, and then the other one was very tall. And the paleontologists, I don't know if they've come to a conclusion as to what happened. I think they're still trying to investigate that, but very interesting. No tools or anything like that were found buried with them, but Bushman's Grave is a known tool-making site. Okay, our elephant bull has now disappeared. I think we're going to push on just a little bit more. Maybe we'll even go to Bushman's Grave and see if we can find some artifacts for you. But I believe Cedric has helped us and saved us. He's got some elephants there. Let's head on that way.
Yes, thank you so much, Alex.
Andrew.
Oh, was it Andrew?
I think.
Was it Andrew?
I think so.
Okay, you think Andrew. Thank you. Yes, we are. Sorry, I didn't get the name there, but we have got a beautiful herd of elephants. It's slowly moving, I'm sure, towards Chikudu Dam, and but they're definitely not in a rush. But there is a big male elephant. I'm just keeping an eye behind us that's in full must. So of course he is definitely following this herd. So I just want to make sure he's not going to surprise us here at the back. But we have left those lions for now. They went very flat because it was raining quite a bit earlier on, and it seemed those lions definitely didn't want to do much more than a rest around there. But as you can see, that herd is slowly heading south. Sorry, my screen is covered here, so I'm not too sure what's happening. Oh, there he is. So I can see that big male that's just on the right, of course not the one on the left, the big one at the back. So he is the male that's in must, and I think he's hot on the trail of this herd of elephants that's now ahead of us. But he looks very, very, I can say, relaxed for a big male that's in must. And especially, I've seen a few males in must here at the moment, and they tend to just seem very content. Very. I mean, I had other stories about these elephants here in Madikwe being all over the show, and you got to keep your eyes. But yeah, I've had fantastic sightings and hardly any issues. And especially these big boys in musk, because I mean their testosterone is high. You know, they are going to act out aggressively if there's something that they don't like. But we haven't had any of that for now. But I'm just keeping my eyes open for him, just in case I am talking too soon. Famous last words. And of course the younger one just following him. I don't know why, but feeling like he needs to follow this big male. And you can see the temporal glands leaking. And of course there's a lot of urine coming down from the sheath. It just like it might just be going into musk now. Sebastian, yeah, it is. It's beautiful how it looks like they're walking in slow-mo, but they cover so much ground so quickly. I mean, those steps of theirs is so long, you know, they're so tall and it's long. So they cover, with that slow walking, they cover a huge amount of ground very quickly. It's okay, so he's caught up to the herd now, so I just want to see how hopefully... But I think he's just starting in the musk because you just see even between his back legs it's a little bit wet and also dry urine, but I think as well the temporal glands is not leaking profusely at all, so I think it might just be getting into that state now. So he's just moving from the females, he's trying to pick up on maybe a female in this herd that's in heat. You can see he's just bypassing that one, not really too phased about her. And you can see a little youngster, a little calf coming in front of him. A little baby. Yeah, but you can see he's not causing any havoc in this breeding herd. But he is a big male, about 40 years old at least. And what I've seen before with males in musk, it's like kind of full blown in musk. You know, they hardly will ever really stop and chew on something like this. Not like, you know, feed and that. But they'll usually tend to kind of head straight to that female that's in heat and try and entice her and try and mount her. But yeah, for now, you can see he's just really ambling along, feeding her slowly, feeding a little bit here, a little bit there, and not showing too much, I'm going to say, interest as of yet. Going through, looks like a sickle bush or something there, but showing that like in anything. Cool Girl 99. Well, male elephant will know a female is ready to mate. He'll pick up on the scent, on that, like, you know, urine, that there is that she's in heat. And then, of course, what they'll do sometimes with their trunk, they'll actually sniff at the urine of the female. And then, of course, what they'll do, they'll pull the trunk into their mouth and they actually will blow that scent over the gland underneath the palate, and just to give them exactly the idea of how far that female's in heat. So that's what they'll usually do. Also with the wind direction, I mean, they got fantastic sense of smell, elephants. So they'll pick up on that very quickly. I mean, that wind direction. So exactly like this, where this herd of elephants is moving. Of course, that female, if she's in heat, she's leaving that trace of her being in heat all over the show. And of course, and he just picks up on that all the time. You see, this one is trying to grab some of those nice, lush little shoots, nice young leaves from the tree. least the rain has subsided a little bit now, so it gives us a little bit of the opportunity to get a little bit drier. So we're not too far from Chukuri Dam, just down that road. At the end of that road is the dams on the other side. So I'm sure, as I said, they don't really on cold days like this, not cold but cool days like this, and days that it's been raining, you know, they don't really get too excited about water, but they still need to drink water. They still rely on water. But they'll hardly really see them doing too much of a mud bath or swimming in the dams, because they're already kept cool because of this rain. Rishan, what determines the direction of the tusks which they grow into? You know, I don't know. It's like, you know, that's difficult to say. Some people, you know, like, it's like our teeth. Our teeth all knows how to grow out pretty much vertical. And, well, their eye teeth knows, you know, that for an elephant it pretty much grows and it gets pushed out forward. So it gets pushed out forward, and then from that direction, each one is different. Each elephant will have a different kind of shape, tusk, and a direction sometimes. I mean, if you look at that female elephant in Jumel Fang, I mean, she's got one that's pretty much pointing downwards. So it's just, each one's different. It's just like our teeth. So there's nothing really that kind of forces that tusk to grow into a certain direction. We look at an elephant's skull from where those tusks do come from, and that's exactly where the eye teeth come out. It's pretty much pointed forward, so it starts off like that. It'll start off coming forward, coming through that lip, the top lip, just like coming through just below the top lip, and then from there on, sometimes as the direction of the tusk, then yeah, it could be different for each elephant. They're definitely enjoying a nice old hearty breakfast here this morning, but well, you know, elephants can feed for quite some time, at least a good 80-85% of their 24-hour day. What they do eat, only 30% gets digested. The rest will get passed through their digestive system, at least about 70%, and it ends up pretty much as dung.
On April 27th, Wild Earth will be celebrating a very special birthday. It's our Sweet 16. We want to celebrate you, our viewers who have been with us every step of the way.
I just appreciate you so much.
Send in your birthday wishes so we can include you in the celebrations.
Happy birthday, Wild Earth!
Video yourself saying happy birthday to Wild Earth with a short note and share them with us on birthday@wildearth.
just stop behind us. Sorry, we're on a service road at the moment, so if you do hear a vehicle, no, it looks like they're turning. If you do hear a vehicle, it is one of the main roads here that we're sitting on at Madikwe. That's definitely, that female is enjoying that. Using the trunk, pulling it off, pulling all the leaves, sometimes grab a nice branch, break a branch off, roll that branch in their mouths. Of course, try and grab as much nutrients from that tree as possible. Actually, it looks like a buffalo thorn to me from where I'm sitting. Yeah, it might be a buffalo thorn. Yeah, it looks like a buffalo thorn. Just the shape of the branches and the leaves and how it's wobbling. Of course, buffalo thorns, perfect. They love it. Very, very palatable trees. There's a lot of them. A lot of the herbivores enjoy feeding from that tree because it's even for us, the leaves are nice and palatable. And for us, if you want to chew on something, you can chew on some buffalo thorn leaves. I'm sure it's a buffalo thorn, no? To me it looks like it. Just that way it wobbles, you know, a buffalo thorn got the typical wobbly look to it. Watch when it pulls, watch, you'll see. There. See that wobble. And very sharp thorns, but I mean, an elephant's tongue and its mouth and its trunk, it's so leathery. I mean, it's for those thorns to even try and poke through any of their mouth parts or the trunk itself, it has to be done just right. But other than that, I haven't seen any elephants ever scream in pain because of a thorn that's poked them in the mouth or the tongue. I've seen with the foot, so I've seen once where a female elephant was busy digging up a root from, of course, underneath the ground. So many times I'll use their feet to kind of kick the soil away. So she was making this kind of a hole where this root was like embedded in, and she was like kicking and kicking. But you can just see that that one piece of root was quite sharp, and as soon as she kicked, that piece of root went in a nail, because the nails are situated just above that like soft pad of theirs. And you can see that root went in the nail, in the side of a nail. And she was not happy. I could see she was in, like in pain. It's something like when you get a splinter under your nail. I felt it for her. I felt the pain. And of course she didn't even continue trying to dig that root up. She actually moved away and with a trunk kind of trying to pull that piece out of her foot, which was incredible. So it just shows it can happen. Alright, well, we're going to continue going to Chukuru. Let's head over to Amakhala as Andrew is looking at some rocks.
Thanks very much, Cedric. Yeah, we are at Bushman's Grave, which is just behind me, and we've done a little bit of looking around. Sorry, I know the radio is going off there. We've done a little bit of looking around here, and we've managed to find a few tools. Very, very interesting. So the best one is going to be this black one over here. I'm going to hold it dead still. Can you see the apex? You see that? Look how sharp this is. Now, I'm not going to do anything crazy, so don't worry, but I'm going to just scratch my leg with it so you can see how sharp this actually is. You see those scratches left behind there. Okay, so the way you can tell that this is a Bushman tool or an attempted tool is there are chippings over here. So this is a known Bushman tool making site. So what the Bushmen would have done would have taken rocks of their desire, and they literally start chipping the rocks, and they start shaping the rocks, and they try and sort of get it to the shape that they want to get it at. And a lot of the pieces will fall down. A lot of the tools are going to be attempts. And I think for the creator of it, sometimes they will think to themselves that this is not really working, and they just drop them. And others, they work very well. And they make tool handles like the arrowheads, as well as axe heads and things like that. Now, I'm going to put this down over here. I want to show you this one. I think this is an attempted arrowhead or a spearhead. Now you can see how sharp it is here, how beautifully flat it is over here. So this would have been rubbed on the ground, made quite flat, chipped. Try and make it nice and sharp. And then hopefully they can implement this as a tool. Wow, it's getting so warm here. I can't believe it. Let's try and take a look at another one over here. This one is not so great. Look at this one. This is very sharp. And I actually got him Paul to rub his finger down there. And bear in mind that these tools are a few hundred years old, yet still very, very sharp. And if I had to really dig into my skin with this, even though it's not a complete tool, it will cut my skin open. And that's how sharp these little things are over here. I like this one very much. I think this is a perfect one. It's been beautifully flattened off here. It's been squared off there and then sharpened off. Actually on both sides. This side, wow, that is sharp. It's actually, it's breaking the skin. And then it's also sharpened on this side. So I reckon this is probably an attempted either arrowhead or spearhead. Beatrice, can we start a fire with these rocks? No, I don't think so. I've never tried, but no sparks. I think flint rock is the best rock. I don't know if it grows out here or forms out here. I know it forms in other countries, but I don't know if it forms out here. I think the Bushmen mainly use the friction method for making fire. So they would get a bit of what we call tinder, which is the dry material. They would bundle it together and then through the friction method with a stick or like this on a platform piece of wood, just trying to create a little bit of a coal, I think, and then blowing it, helping the fire, getting a little bit of a flame, and then adding things like elephant dung and drier grass. I think that's how they used to make fires out here. I don't think they used to chip the rocks out here, but I mean, I'm no expert when it came to the Bushmen or the Khoisan, so I'm not really sure about that. But yeah, have a look just beyond us. Look at this area here. This is vastly eroded over here. And this is exactly where those Bushman bones were found. Just sort of where you see that sloped hill over there. A little bit of a, sort of like a cliff. Interesting, very interesting place this. I would love to explore a bit more on foot, but here on Amakhala, I'm going to try and limit the amount of footspoor on the reserve because, yeah, there's been some rhino poaching happening in the area. A few of the game reserves in the nearby area had a violation, and so all reserves, they need to really be careful on where they leave their footprints so that they don't confuse anti-poaching personnel, etc., that there are intruders on the reserve. Right, we're going to put these tools exactly where we found them, back in the bush. Here is an interesting bush over here. It's called blue bush. You can see why, it's very blue in color. It's got a lovely smell. So now with blue bush, if you struggle with parasites like I do, last night I got carried away by mosquitoes. It's almost like happy hour on Andrew. What you can do with blue bush, take a few of these little stems over here. You crush it in your hands. I can already smell it. And you can rub your ankles. There, that's going to work well. You rub your ankles, your elbows. Your neck, very important. What a lovely smell. Bo, I'll bring you a piece so you can smell it. Let's look at what else we can find over here that's interesting to talk about. Bit of lichen. growing on the rock over here. See there? That's actually very pretty. So lichen is quite important because it's going to help break down or weather rock. It helps to weather rock. So what looks like an insignificant lichen is actually able to weather this rock down a little bit. Okay, we did speak about a boerbean this morning, and I know you couldn't really see the plant. I'm just going to walk over here. I know you couldn't see the plant very well, but here is a young Karoo boerbean busy growing here. Look how sturdy this plant is, and it's a young plant. Look how sturdy this thing is. I think at some point this one got attacked by elephants, hence the reason why it's growing so close to the ground here. Just a beautiful smell. Okay, what do we have over here? We've got another succulent over here. I wonder what this is called. Almost looks like a young pig's ear, but not quite. Okay, here's such a nice example. I want to show you something here. Okay, Paul, have a look here. Now you can see the main stem of the succulent here. It's a bit dry at the moment, but of course, you know, succulents, all plants, they have a risk of being burnt by fire, and so a lot of plants will adopt certain ways of trying to protect the plant against fire. Now with the succulent, this specific one over here, if we have a look, here's the stem, and then it's surrounded by leaves here. So in the event, Nicole, morning, I'll get back to this now. How do you know which plants to avoid? So there's a few things you can look for. Milk and latex, we actually spoke a little bit about this yesterday. I'm not sure if you were with us yesterday, but milk and latex is a big indicator that something could be poisonous. Also have a look, if you're in the bush and there's animals and there are fruits, you know, growing on plants, if you come along and you find that there's a tree full of fruits, it means that nothing is really eating it. And you ask yourself, why isn't anything eating it? So try and watch your animals. If they avoid it, then you must avoid it as well. And that's one of the ways that you can, or a few of the ways that you can tell if plants are not going to be good for you. If you do want to give a bit of a test, imagine you're in a situation where you need to survive in the nature and you're worried perhaps that something that you want to eat, like a fruit or a berry, is poisonous. What you can do is take a small piece of it, you put in the tip of your tongue and you wait. If the tip of your tongue becomes very, very warm, like a warm sensation, you throw that away immediately. And if you're too scared to put it in your mouth, you can put on the soft skin here on the inside of your arm. You just take a little bit of juice, put on the inside of your arm and you wait. Give it 2 minutes. It's becoming warm. You throw that away. All right, not becoming warm, not burning your tongue a little bit, you can eat that. All right, but now imagine a fire comes moving through here. Fire is burning, everything is being burnt alive here. It gets to this plant. What this plant will do is the leaves will start to cover the main stem as best as it can. This protects the main stem from burning, and then as the fire moves away, then the plant opens up again and allows that main stem just to have a little bit of space like that. Very interesting, isn't it? It's a beautiful piece of wood here. Now, here is something poisonous I want to show you. I've just seen it now. We spoke about milk and latex. Okay, so take a look at this plant here. Do you see that milk and latex busy falling out there? I'll put on the tip of my knife here. You can see my knife is clear. We'll just rub it. And there's the milk and latex there on the knife. I think this plant is called a rubber euphorbia. It's one of the euphorbia species. I'm not 100% sure which one. So I'll just try and research it. I'll take a piece with me. But it's interesting because the milk of this plant, if you put it on your skin where you have unwanted growths, like warts, etc. This has been known to cauterize warts and unwanted growths on the body. So you just put it on your skin where there's a wart and you keep reapplying, and eventually your wart becomes smaller and eventually cauterized. And the Bushmen, they realized that they can use this milk for something. What on earth could that be? So when the Bushmen used to make their arrows so they can shoot the animals and poison them in order for them to catch up with them and, you know, slaughter them and eat them, they needed to have poison on the tips of their arrows. Now the poison on the tips of their arrows were made up of a few things, but there's a lot of toxic insects out here. Those were collected, crushed. They put them on the tips of the arrows, but then they noticed that the poison would just fall off. So they needed a way to try and stick the poison onto the tip of their arrows. So what they would do, come to a milky plant like the euphorbia, they would just dip the ends of that in the milk. Then they'll put that by the fire a little bit, allow it to just dry up a little bit, and then it becomes semi-sticky. Then they would quickly put it, you know, that little collection and ground up beetles that they had and so on. They would smear it, and then that poison would stick to the latex of the euphorbia on the end over there, and then the poison would stay on the tip of the arrow. Because it's useless if that poison had to fall off and you're going on a hunt, and then that arrow is not really going to be that effective. So just to try and create a little bit of an adhesive substance for that to stick on the tip of their arrow. Interesting. Okay. And let's just keep my eyes peeled because that elephant bull was around here, and I just heard a branch breaking now. So I think he is nearby. But let me bring the tools back to the vehicle so you can have a closer look there. Oh, I'm not really sure where I put those tools now. Anyways, let's go to Alex. Let's see what he's doing there.
Thanks, Andrew. Very cool to watch what is going on there in Amakhala. However, we've got a bit of action starting to come through here. One wildebeest, and we've got some approaching zebra joining the rest of the springbok that are about. Otherwise, quite quiet. We're expecting a little bit more to be going on by now, but the wind is slowly starting to pick up. Cloud cover also slowly starting to build. So we're waiting to see, obviously, how that all develops and how the rest of the day then unfolds. But there still is that grebe that is there. And the other day I did note that we did see what I thought was a grebe family, so some chicks, but we're waiting to see that. And grebes really have quite an interesting way of breeding, where they actually take kind of surface kind of debris and they create floating nests. So it's been quite interesting to see how they actually would have gone about doing that here. Also because of the large number of zebras that we have had over the last 6 weeks. But it seems that everyone's kind of dispersed to some degree. And we're only starting to kind of really note smaller pockets of these zebra coming through. So it is quite awesome, and the dynamics constantly change, and that is really what is quite fantastic and awesome to kind of gauge over days, weeks, months, and seasons. Is really how the dynamics go through that ebb and flow and change. We've got that acacia-pied barbet that is calling, and a number of springbok that are really coming through. So it seems that the springbok are kind of taking over at the moment. With that wind slowly starting to pick up, we're kind of waiting to see what else we might hear in terms of bird vocal. I'm expecting to start to hear the Cape Crows within the next hour or so, but that might be a bit later. We'll just have to wait and see. And if Adam storks are about, they should probably start to come through within an hour as well. So it's amazing how at midday it really does kind of change, and the whole dynamic does change again, like I was talking about in terms of dynamics. Actually, there's the first Cape Crow. So it's come through an hour earlier. And of course, we can't script anything. So we kind of keep a rough tab on all these things anyway. But fantastic just to be here. I think it is time for us just to sit back and enjoy. Hopefully pick up on any of the other things that are going on and around us. So we're getting the first of that Cape Crow audio. The beginning of the murder of crows, and quite an ominous sound, to be completely honest. And it is rather barren in this part of the world, and you do hear that. You kind of do think that you definitely are on set of a horror movie kind of thing. So definitely quite an ominous sound. But lots going on, so enough to distract us from that ominousness. So we'll just sit back and enjoy. It seems the wind is slowly starting to pick up. You can see just by the surface of the water here how choppy it is starting to get. So at the moment we're just kind of watching and enjoying the springbok and listening to the one Cape Crow that is being rather loud right now. But a number of springbok are coming through, and there's a number of them also wading into the water. Otherwise, not too much going on. The wind is slowly starting to pick up, so do excuse any shake that might be going on camera. But otherwise, fantastic scenes and quite a bit of activity to just sit back and enjoy. So really just sitting back and enjoying what's going on here at Okakuya. We're waiting for other animals to come and join us, but it is fantastic that the Springbok are treating us like this. And quite cool to actually see a number of them in the water waiting like they are at the moment. Probably the highest number of them I've seen in the water like this in a given kind of time or space. So quite awesome to just sit back and enjoy them. And clearly with no one else around, no other species, they are taking as much as they can get. That really quite ominous sound of a crow, kind of really setting the scene. Awesome just to sit back and enjoy. And as I said, hoping on others to come and join us, but we can't complain. Good numbers of Springbok right now. A couple of European beats are still about. And the Cape Crow doing the most. So quite awesome just to be able to sit back and enjoy really Springbok semantics. They really are treating us. So at the moment, like really what we're doing is just taking in the sights and scenes of this. It's actually been some time since we've really been Springbok dominant here at the dam. And quite awesome to see how really the different pockets of them go about literally taking over this waterhole. So you'll notice that they all come down on different game paths. And what you will notice as well is a harem or herd of zebra. That is coming down to enjoy us. So let's do exactly that. While the Springboks have the dominance of the waterhole, we're going to sit back and enjoy them. And I think what we'll also do is just wait the approach of those zebras as they come through for us. Hi Malcolm, thanks for that question. And in 1987, those same mosquitoes would have also carried malaria. And in fact, it is the Anopheles mosquito that is probably the primary carrier of malaria. And this isn't really a high risk area where we are right now in Okakuya and Natasha. However, malaria has been documented here. Of course, it is far more prevalent in certain other areas, and of course, that is also dependent on rainfall. And as with all things that come through with the summer season, rain and puddles obviously add to the uptick of mosquitoes in an area. Of course, you do get mosquitoes throughout the year, and it's not uncommon for people to even get malaria throughout winter or in the dry season. It does depend on area. But as I was saying, there is an uptick, and that is generally because of the amount of water then that is around. And the larvae in that then can produce and actually sit in those water systems, and then obviously they move on and go from larvae into those mosquitoes. But it's the Anopheles mosquito. And it's noted that they actually kind of have a 1 kilometer radius that they operate in. And what they do is they hitchhike. So a lot of how malaria is also passed on in rural areas is the fact that a mosquito might say, get in a car or be on a person. And that is one of the Anopheles, so the mosquito, malaria carrying mosquitoes, gets on a person and kind of hitchhikes, and that car then moves, say, 50 kilometers or 20 kilometers or 5 or 10 or whatever it may be, and those then mosquitoes then get in that area and obviously are then operate within that 1 kilometer then radius of that new area, obviously spread that malaria then throughout. Of course, malaria is something that stays with you. Once you're cured, it can reoccur. It generally comes down to your body being depleted, your energy resources or stress or whatever it may be, kind of then leading to a second bout of that malaria. Not a fun disease, fortunately, and touch wood, I have not yet to have it. Something I do wish to avoid. But for any of you or those who've had it, it is something that can be reoccurring. And it's not a sickness or an illness or disease that you kind of just get over after one bout. And you do carry it after that and for life. So it is really rather intense. And of course, mosquitoes being the thing, malaria in particular, being the animal disease that kills the most people in the world in a year. So more so than the dangerous animals such as buffalo, hippo, lion, elephant, any of the big five. It's in fact the mosquito. It is the animal or insect you need to be most wary of. Of course, malaria occurs across the world in different areas, more in the subtropical parts, of course. So Africa, Southern America, Central America, Asia, Australia, of course, any other area that then obviously falls within that kind of belt. That is where malaria could be present. A number of other diseases, though, that mosquitoes do obviously carry too, but malaria being the most significant.
Thank you, Wild Earth, for this absolutely fantastic prize at Mataya Safari Lodge at Madekwa in South Africa. I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program at its onset in 2019 and have absolutely loved every minute I have experienced in the bush with all the characters of Wild Earth, both human and hairy. Thank you again, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it.
So nice to see all these zebras coming through, and we have just zoomed out because there are a number of Adams storks that are also coming down. So we want to watch them kind of descend upon us. There's one springbok that's got rather deep into the water. Actually, I think it doesn't seem that there are too many Adams storks around at the moment. So we'll try to get a bit closer, and we'll sit back and just enjoy the zebra. There's a second herd. It's just off in the distance there. Also good numbers. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Sit back and enjoy the springbok and zebra. And we're going to wait to see if this other zebra herd or harem kind of joins this one here and how they might integrate or socialize with each other. So fantastic just to sit back and enjoy all of the happenings here at this waterhole at the moment. But it's time for us to head across to Makala and Andrew and see what's going on at his waterhole over there.
Thanks very much, Alex. We are definitely at a water body here. It's called Flacky's Flay. I think Flacky is short for warthog, and Flay is like a marsh. So warthog's marsh. Yeah. So we have a few different species of antelopes here. We have a red hartebeest antelope, ones with the white buttocks. We got some zebra out here, and then moments ago there were some warthogs.
So unfortunately, we did just lose Andrew there. We will be back with him. However, as I did allude to, we are waiting for the second herd of zebra to come and join us. And that is exactly what's happening right now. They are on their way down to us. And we do have healthy numbers of them around at the moment. So quite awesome just to sit back and enjoy this. We'll also just wait to see what might happen in terms of the zebra dynamic. There might be a bit of argy-bargy between a couple of them. And of course, a little bit of socialization that might also happen. Possibly the poaching of some mares by a stallion. Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. There's also wildebeest that's come to join us. And the wind is also slowly starting to pick up. So quite a bit going on. And an awesome amount of time just to spend and sit back and enjoy all of the happenings that are going on here. So it seems that there are a number of other zebras coming through to join the second herd that has come down to us. And what we're doing is really just observing the happenings of these zebra and what might be going on in between them. Of course, any interaction that does go on. It seems that everyone's rather relaxed today. There hasn't been much braying or anything really untoward. So it seems that all the zebra are actually quite happy at the moment, which is a weird thing at times because they generally are rather temperamental with each other as well. But it seems that that isn't the case, and actually quite cool to be able to watch and see how that might unfold. So that's exactly what we're doing, sitting here watching the zebra and their dynamic, listening to a number of the other calls. That Cape Coast still going on, and I did just hear the mourning dove. And there's the first bit of braying going on by the zebra as well. So good to know that they do still have their vocals, but clearly not too much to be worried about.
Yes, well, as you can see, this herd of elephants have finally made their way down to Chukuru Dam, and of course coming down for a drink, but I don't think more than a drink. It is quite cool at the moment, very cool, and I think they definitely have their drink and then they're going to move on, because I know yesterday afternoon or yesterday morning we had a lot of action around here with one of the little calves playing around and just had so much energy, but definitely they've got a little bit of a different mood this morning. I think the mood goes with the weather. You can see that big male on the right with a little one in the center, and of course a little bit of an older one to the left hand side. And look at that little one, very cute compared to the big male. Oh, you can see he's wasting a lot of water. Seems like he didn't want to drink all of that. And you can see how they just suck up the water with their trunk and then of course squirt it into their mouths. It's like a straw, but it's a one-way straw. Unfortunately, they cannot swallow the water using their trunks. It has to be sprayed into their mouths. Like a little bit of a valve that's sitting pretty much further up onto their trunk itself, where of course they can suck in, but unfortunately it does not allow water to go through. It's the same as us. If we have to suck water through our nose, we will choke. Very, very peaceful here at Chukuru Dam at the moment. Very tranquil. It's very airy in a way. These dark clouds above us. Now and again dumping some rain on us. And you can see all those, the rest of the herd on the other side. So this is all part of the one herd. It's like, as I said, this is the herd that we saw earlier making their way down to this dam. There is a small one there as well, a young calf. This to the right, in the center of that little right-hand group. You can see they go a little bit into the water itself, not far in. For now, I don't want it to really kind of, I'm going to say, suck up any dirt that's closer to the side of the dam or the side of the water areas. I'll try and stretch your trunks in a little bit further and try and get to cleaner water. On the left hand side you'll see there's a female that's got no tusks. I don't know if both of her tusks broke off or what happened to them or didn't grow, but she hasn't got any tusks. And you'll find it's not going to hinder her too much. It's not going to really give her, it's going to give her a little bit of a disadvantage, a little bit, not much, a little bit of a disadvantage where was something like, grabbing those the cambion lay off the side of the tree, or maybe some roots, digging up the roots in it. But other than that, it's not going to be too much of a problem. If she was born without tusks, clearly, you adapt to the situation and the circumstances. Martin, good morning. Not like the older males, maybe like when sometimes it comes to younger males, the matriarch and the females in those breeding herds, they do not like those young males really kind of giving the herd a lot of trouble, or the youngsters, and then sometimes you'll find that females will try and push him off. If it is a male that's a little bit larger and maybe a little bit older, say about 20, 25, 30 years old, then it's, they're looking for a little bit of trouble. Sometimes, a female will try her best to kind of push that male away. But if she cannot do that, you'll find she'll get a lot of times, she'll get backing from the other females in the herd, and they'll actually stand together and try and push the male away. So that's what's fantastic about the herds with the females. They all help each other. So if they have to push off a predator, if they have to push off a male giving them problems, they all work together as a unit, as a family, and then they can try and get that male away. So yes, that does happen, definitely. And sometimes these males can become quite a irritation to them, especially if there's, if there's no female that's in heat in the herd and they get a male that's just following and just kind of pushing his luck all the time, and it's in must and that, you'll find that sometimes the females, there'll be a lot of vocalization between the herd members, and sometimes it can be quite intense as well. But when it comes to males, really, I'm going to say, sparring with a female or hurting a female, nah, that doesn't really happen. Maybe two males, yes, but not with a male and female. You can see this male is really content. He's not too bothered, and this is that male that's in must. So it just shows you, it's a male in must who seems so relaxed. It's nice. It's strange. Oh. The females heard something. They're not happy about something. Yeah. Something bothered them. Look at that. Look how they all come together. Look how they all come together. It just shows you, hey? It just shows you, look at that. Exactly what we were talking about. The family works so well together. Put the young ones in the center, the older ones on the outskirts, and making sure. I don't know what bothered them. Maybe Egyptian geese that just flew past. I'm not too sure. And it looks like that female without the tusk might be the matriarch, because she's the one that's standing by herself now. You can see she's guarding. And when we were making our way down to the dam, she was the one that was leading this herd to the dam. So it just shows you she's now kind of working and investigating on what's happening. There's something walking there on the mud just in front of her. Is it it might be Egyptian geese. Difficult to see from here. No, I think it's just the Egyptian geese. You can see the two coming back here now. So they're not. It's just a moment of how can I say, surprise there for this herd. Now you can understand, do predators ever have a chance with a calf? Not really. Especially in herds like this, unless the calf has been abandoned by the herd or by the mom in it, and the little one is by itself. But other than that, if there's a predator, lions for instance, coming close to these elephants, look at this, they'll quickly gather up in a little bunch like this, and they will protect those young ones, and there's no chance for a predator to even coming close to a calf. So all keeping very still now. Everything has come to a moment of chilled out times and relaxed time now. It seems like everybody's more relaxed again. Whatever danger was there, what they thought was there, is not there anymore. Safari Addict, yes, definitely. I mean, the teamwork in elephant herds are amazing. Amazing. We saw it clearly the other day as well at Clow Dam, when we actually had wild dogs on the other side of the dam. And it was that day when there were so many elephants. And as soon as those wild dogs were making that high-pitched noise, you know, like the greeting between one another, the elephants all of a sudden, like, they picked up on that. They realized there was danger, that's something not right for them. And they all worked together, like all the families just came together into their little groups, almost like roll call, and put all the little youngsters, all the calves and the young ones in the center, and the old ones made sure that that they were protected and safe. So yes, definitely it is amazing. The teamwork on elephants is just brilliant. I think that's what I love about them. It's actually just reminds me a lot of, like, you know, almost like us, you know, when there's something happening and there's a lot of excitement somewhere or danger, you know, we always gather to our family members, you know, that's your safety net, family members and that, and then of course you bunch up together like that. So that's, I love it. Other one gave the little one a bit of a kick. Poor little youngster. He got like a back kick from one of his older siblings there.
Can you imagine a world without the magic of nature? Without iconic animals like the Big Five? Well, we can't. For 50 years, we have been dedicated to protecting your future and theirs. Help the Endangered Wildlife Trust to protect forever together. Your small change can make a big difference. SMS now to donate and tune in to Mix FM to win exciting prizes.
Those two. Exactly. So I want to go and greet one of the males there. There's another male just behind the tree. Yep. It's Still hanging around. So clearly the matriarch hasn't decided to really move off too far as of yet, because if that was the case, these young ones and this one close to the water area on the left hand side would have moved further, of course, towards the rest of the herd. We can just see the others still eating, still busy starting to feed around the area. So it is called, I realized I picked up on the thorns, most of the thorn trees around here, the acacias here, is also mostly your sweet thorn. Sweet thorn. So definitely a nice palatable tree for these elephants. Those two youngsters, maybe like a 3-year-old and maybe like close to maybe like a 2 and actually more like a 2 and a 4-year-old that's hanging around with each other there. Contemplating on what are they going to be doing, what mischief can they get up to. That youngster just seems like he's trying to dig up something there with its foot. He wants to move on. He wants to use his head to try and push the other one. Come on, you have to get going. And the rest of the herd is slowly moving away now, so these two need to also start catching up. And there's still another older female that's there. It might be the mother for that young one. She's like, come, time to move. Oh, she's getting low there with the tusks. Alright, she's actually using her tusk, maybe trying to grab something that is situated on the side there, like roots, but nothing too interesting for her. And it's amazing, these are such large mammals, and they can disappear so quickly, so quickly. And that entire herd has still got one male there, and there's another male to the right. And with those two males, it's just pretty much the last ones before looks like the rest of the herd is going to be disappearing. And the rain is starting to come again. Earth lover, have I ever heard of a female elephant rejecting her calf? I don't think it happens to, yeah, apparently it has happened. So I haven't seen it. I haven't witnessed anything like that, but I have heard of it. I've heard about the situation. But definitely, if that is the case, it'll be a very, very uncommon situation, and because I think, well, any mother with the youngsters are very close, but I mean more so with an elephant and a calf. I mean, for her to really reject her calf, then there must be something wrong. And there's something seriously wrong, maybe with her mental side of things, or maybe the calf can't walk. Maybe it is the disability of the calf. I'm not too sure. No idea. But as I said, I haven't seen it or witnessed that. But I have heard down the line something like that. But it's a very uncommon occurrence. Not something that's going to happen definitely every day. But I mean, I think there must be a certain reason why it's going to happen. I just don't think that a female elephant will just reject a calf just out of spite. No. I think the relationship between mom and calf is way too strong, and I think for even the female, just to, carrying a youngster for 22 months in her belly, in her womb. I mean, at the end of the day, that's a long time. It's almost like the connection there is already quite strong. So that's why I don't think it's just gonna, the connection will break just like that. I really thought this rain was gonna be gone. And I think this, looks like it's one of those days at Madikwe where a lot of big grey clouds are just coming through over and over and over. Because I thought maybe go head up to those lions again from here, but now thinking maybe twice about it because of this rain, because if we do move, it just becomes a little bit more intense. All right, well, I think we might have to reposition just to try and keep this stuff all nice and dry here in the vehicle. And while we do that, I think let's head over to Alex in Okokweyo as he is looking at Russie's family, the Springboks.
Thanks, Cedric. And yes, indeed, we are inundated with Springbok at the moment. But there's also a number of zebra just off in the distance there. They've been hanging around for some time, so we've got quite a bit going on. What you'll be able to hear is that quite guttural sound that's going on, and that's in fact the Springbok making that noise, and that is them kind of communicating between each other. There's one that's actually wading quite deep and looks like it's actually swimming, to be completely honest. Of course, the grebe center of the waterhole at the moment. That little guttural kind of grunting that is going on. The Springbok are milling about here. Quite cool just to sit back and actually just enjoy that sound. Quite cool to be able to say that is in fact the noise of a Springbok. So what we're doing, we're sitting here, we're watching these Springbok, we're also listening to them. As I was just talking about, that kind of guttural sound that's being made, that kind of little grunt that's going on. It's in fact the Springbok as they move around, chatting to each other. There's still that one, well, it's a different one that's now waded quite deep into the waterhole itself. And of course, with it being rather full at the moment, that water level has of course risen. So where that one is right now is perhaps where they probably were standing a week or so ago. The water is literally right at the pump, or where it is pumped out of at the moment. So those Springbok that are literally just here kind of bottom left of the screen. They are drinking from where the water is pumped out of here at this water hole. And that is definitely where the freshest water is found. So it's in fact only the springbok and the elephant that kind of frequent this area. The elephant, of course, far more adept at finding the fresher water. And obviously favoring fresher water over any other, really. And is why they can cause a lot of damage at camps or in reserves, in particular in the drier seasons, because they are really good at finding out where the pipes are and where the pumps are, and in particular bulls. I've known a number of bulls that have really almost been like thieves in the night. But yeah, a story for another day. We will touch on that once the eddies obviously get back to here. Nice always talk about animals when they are in frame and then touch on stories from there. But the wind's slowly starting to pick up here, and the springbok doing the most.
Okay, so we are quite chuffed. We've managed to relocate at least one male lion over here, one lion. I'm not sure where the others are just yet, but he's really enjoying this piece of shade. And we'll watch him for a little bit, and then we are going to show you one of the most spectacular views you will ever see in a game reserve. And I've been dying to come up here for a very long time, and we are at the top here. So for now, let's look at the male lion, and then I've got a scenic surprise for you all. Sorry, I just need to answer this on the radio. Yes, thanks, Malooms. I'm on lock now. Okay, so just to fill you in, Maloomsy gave us some directions to get up here because he managed to relocate them moments ago, but it's a tricky area, and I'm just answering him now. He's just wondering if we've managed to come right. So thanks, Maloomsy. Your directions were dead on. Okay, so he's fast asleep at the moment. I don't blame him. They were at the bottom of the basin, and they actually ventured up here about, I would say, an hour and a half ago. And when they got to the top here, apparently they were chasing some zebras and so on. So I think they're quite tired right now, and it's also quite warm. Let them be there. And I just saw something flickering in the bush there. You see that? It's just beyond this male lion. There's a tail every now and then that flickers. So at least one of the females must be in there. He is a very handsome lion, this. He's just over 3 years old, so he's still fairly young, eh? He would have gone independent of his mother around about a year and a half ago. And already he's a father. Not sure where the cubs are. I had a chat to Maloomsy earlier on. He's also unsure of where the cubs are at this point. They could have been stashed down in the basin, or they could have ventured up here as well. They could very well be tucked in there with the adults. We won't know unless they come out. Wow, his mane has grown a little bit since the last time I saw him. How long has it been since I've seen this male lion? Let's do the maths quickly. So I was on my holiday for about 3 weeks, and then I was 12 days at Madikwe, so 3 weeks plus 12 days, let's call it 5 weeks. Then I had a bit of a break before Madikwe, about 2 weeks. So My maths has never been good. It was about 2 months, 2.5 months since I've seen this male lion, and so his mane has grown a little bit more since then. It's wonderful to see that. But his mane, I'm sure, won't get any or much bigger than what it is now. It might get a little bit darker, but you know, around about 4 years old, that mane should be fully developed. Okay, while this male lion is fast asleep, and Paul, should we have a good look at this beautiful view that I've been dying to show everybody for such a long time? Look at this. Unbelievable. So from up here we can actually see most of the landmark areas. We can see a bit of the Bushman's River from, you know, time to time. If you go to the right spot up here, we can see the whole of the basin, not just the section of the basin like what we see on the ridge. Here we can see pretty much 90%, if not more, of the basin, which is great. Great place for sundowners. And I know sometimes when the lodges have the New Year's celebrations, sometimes they'll do functions up here with the guests, the in-house guests, and allow them to have a drink, celebrate a New Year's countdown, and enjoy a wonderful view. Hey there, Vivian, nice to hear from you. So, you know, older male lions that are no longer part of a pride, perhaps they've been ousted by you know, a much stronger male and they spend time solitary, they're going to battle to hunt. That's the sad truth. And you know, an old or a male lion that has passed his prime and has lost his territory and lost his pride and has got a few more years to live, they scavenge a lot. So they'll find anything that a smaller predator has got and they'll steal it, but they will eat anything that they can get their hands on or their paws on. So they'll even eat mice, they'll eat birds, they'll eat all sorts of things that hopefully they can find. But the sad truth is, you know, a lion or a male lion that's gone past, you know, around about 10 years old, it's very, very old in the eyes of nature, can live longer than that, but the competition is fierce. Younger male lions are really going to thrash an older lion, and an older lion is not really going to be able to go into a territory and oppose a much stronger male lion than himself. So they transition, they'll walk into areas where they're going to be safe from other prides and so on, and remain as hidden as they possibly can and eat whatever they can get their paws on. But older male lions, you must have a look at them. They are so bad condition. They're thin, they're not looking good. Sometimes they get sick because of their lack of condition, etc. Yeah, it's quite tough to watch an old male lion trying to continue his life. But that's normal. That's what happens in nature. If you're going to be on top of the food chain, you need to be strong, strong, strong. There's no option for being weak, being injured, being sick. There's a video I once watched. This was recorded a long time ago. I don't know where it was recorded, but a situation where a male lion had been ousted from his pride and his territory, and he knew that with the amount of competition, he's never ever going to be able to be a pride member again with females and so on. And so he roamed around and ate all sorts of things and scavenged all sorts of things. But the one thing that he ate, which was very surprising, was a spotted hyena. And it was very interesting because this male lion in the video that I saw spotted this spotted hyena and slowly, gently walked up to the spotted hyena to the point where the lion was literally over the hyena. The hyena was fast asleep, had no idea what was going on. Then the lion pushed forward to attack the hyena, and that's the only time the hyena heard a sound and sort of flinched. By that stage it was too late and it got killed and semi-eaten by that old male lion. I found it incredible that that male lion was able to sneak up to a spotted hyena the way he did. And the spotted hyena had no clue that this male lion had snuck up right upon him. Okay, so he has gone flat, but we can still see a bit of him. You can see he's breathing pretty hard there, so he's definitely trying to cool down and struggling a little bit with his heat. I'm trying to think when the last day they had a kill, and I did hear something a few days ago. Marula Shortcake. Wow, what a name. Marula Shortcake. That is a very interesting name. Well chosen. Marula Shortcake, no, when they're sleeping, they're sleeping. They're not going to roar when they're sleeping. The only real times that you normally hear lions roaring is early morning and then the evening. Now early mornings the air is crisp and cool. Sound travels further in the crisp, cool air. And so when a male lion decides he's going to roar, he's going to pick out the best time to roar because he wants to send a message. He wants to tell the competitors that he's got a territory here and he's very dominant by roaring. And it's no point if he's going to roar and nothing's going to hear it, because that's pointless. So mornings and evenings is very seldom. I've never heard a male lion roaring in the middle of the day. It's said that lions that roar in the middle of the day, there could be something wrong with them. I know it's not a very common thing that happens, but sometimes lions do get a hold of some animals that might have rabies. And rabies is a natural thing that is in the bush, and if that's the case, then one of the symptoms of rabies is lions roaring at inappropriate times. So in the middle of the day, it's very unusual. But no, when lions are sleeping, they're sleeping. And they usually sleep, in the heat of the day when it's going to be expensive for them to move around with regards to energy. And so they'll pick a day like now, come up to a nice top elevated area like they've done, get a bit of shade, sleep for a good few hours, and then later on when the sun starts to go cooler and disappear as well, and the darkness of the night is upon the area, you find then it's a different animal altogether. A lion in the daytime is a completely different animal to a lion at night. You're looking at a different animal. They're very aware at night, very active, and wild, because that's their time when they're going to start moving around. That's the time when they hunt. That's their element. But a lion in the daytime is what's the correct word I want to use here? can't think of the word now, but imagine myself and Paul, we're tracking this male lion and we are following the spoor and we didn't see him over here. You know, in the daytime, they become very nervous when they see any sort of threats, because a human at the end of the day is seen as a threat, that sometimes they even stand up to show you, hey, I'm over here, you're about to walk into me, or run away. And I have experienced that a few times when we're tracking lions and we don't see them in the long vegetation. And when you do come across them and flush them by accident, you see them running off. That's when you first spot them. They are so scared of you that the paws are hitting the ground with such force because they're running away. It almost sounds like a hoofed animal. I've experienced that a few times. It sounds like a horse running away sometimes when you flush them by accident.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
Yeah, so I was mentioning earlier on, these lions actually caught, I'm not sure what they caught, but it was it yesterday they called it or the day before? I think it was the day before that other guides on the reserve reported a kill. And as I look at this male lion's stomach, I can see a little bit of a bulge. Not a very big bulge, but he's had a meal, you can tell, quite recently. But you'd be surprised how soon they start hunting again. The metabolism is really fast with lions and lionesses, that they do need to hunt quite frequently. A lot of people ask me, how often do they hunt? That's a question that is very difficult to answer. It depends what they've killed. Can you imagine if this male lion or this pride decides to go and catch something and they catch a small impala? They're going to need to hunt again fairly soon because an impala is a bit small for them. But now if these lions manage to catch a full-grown eland bull, that's going to sustain them for a good 5 days. It's all in variables. What have they hunted and so on. One of the sightings I've had Hey Brandy, I don't think it's gonna bother him too much. I mean, they don't worry too much about where they lie down unless there's little stumps or sticks that are gonna be uncomfortable for them. But yeah, with this blue bush that's growing over here, it does look a little bit corky in structure, and it is. But I don't think he's lying on this corky vegetation. I think he's found himself a nice little spot there. They'll definitely lie between the corky stuff, and they'll try and lie on something that's quite soft. But I was just mentioning earlier, one of the most memorable sightings I had of lions up until now was actually at Tswalu, Kalahari, when I was a senior field guide out there. And one of the sightings I had, we found I think it was a southern pride of lions out at Tswalu. And my tracker, Ben, he actually said to me, "What is that lion doing there? He's holding something. Is it tortoise?" So I had a good look with binoculars. We couldn't really tell, so we re-angled the vehicle and we found it's definitely holding something, but it's not a tortoise. It was a pangolin. Yeah. This male lion was, all these lions were playing with the tortoise, I mean the pangolin, and the pangolin obviously curled up in a tight little ball. The lions, they just could not penetrate that really strong armor. And eventually they sort of lost interest, and the pangolin got onto its hind legs and uncurled itself and snuck away and disappeared into the bush. And the lions, they didn't pursue it. Thankfully, I don't think I would be able to watch a pangolin being killed by lions. Definitely one of the rarest animals you'll ever see in the bush, pangolin. And I know Alex has got some experience. He's been some really cool places. Alex, have you seen pangolin before? Yeah, you must tell us about your experience if you have, or what your most incredible sighting was. Mpo, have you ever seen a pangolin? Not, eh? I look forward to the day you do. And also, if any of you have seen pangolin, yeah, share it with us. Tell us where, what the situation was. And for those that do come forward with that, count yourselves very lucky. Pangolin is one of the most rarest animals you'll ever view in nature. Very endangered, and they are shy, secretive animals. And we actually track them at Tswalu with the trackers out there. And you must see, the trackers out there, they don't battle to track. They follow over the most hardest substrates, and they don't battle. Both pangolin, you see, they battle to track pangolin. All right, we're going to continue watching this beautiful male lion. Hopefully the others pop out. In the meantime, let's go back to Alex. I believe he's at Ukukuyo.
Thanks, Andrew. And we are currently being joined by a plethora of the prison ponies. There's one gemsbok that's also around with them, but there are a number of different harems that are coming through, so quite awesome just to be able to sit back and enjoy. Oof, one just got a kick to the face there. Not desirable, that is for sure. But as we have alluded to in the past, zebras can be rather nasty to each other, and clearly a bit of competition going on between these two. So not only do they kick, they also bite, and they really can be rather intense. So it's also not uncommon for us to find stallions or other zebras without tails, and that's because they've probably been bitten off by other zebras. And as I said, of course, they do kick as well. and they really do get into it. So they might look fantastic and really beautiful, but their temperaments aren't such at times, so they can be rather nasty to each other. There's always something to watch out for, and particularly when they are in good numbers. We do have a rather large number of them at the moment, so there will be dominant stallions around, and no doubt if one stallion doesn't enjoy another, there will definitely be a bit of posturing going on. So you'll notice that there are different harems that come through, kind of pockets, and those harems are obviously then kind of controlled or dominated by a stallion. There will also be a hierarchy within the mares, and it's generally the oldest mare then that kind of takes preference or the leadership role with regards to the mares. She can sometimes also be a pathfinder for them, sometimes a stallion also leading from the back, and also sometimes the stallion leading from the front too. The stallion also primarily also defending that harem, and a zebra stallion is rather something to go after if you were a predator as well. So lions have also been known to break their jaws, and I'm sure even in some cases even be killed if a kick was aimed or hit or struck correctly. A lion could perish due to that. So of course if it was to hit a temporal gland or something like that, that would definitely really wound a lion. But broken jaws are definite. They have also bitten them and even run over and trodden lions or lionesses as well. I have seen footage of that. They're quite interesting, and we aren't obviously in the Sabi Sands at the moment. We are, of course, in Etosha. But in the Sabi Sands, a number of male leopards also go after zebra foals. It's not uncommon, particularly in the southern Greater Kruger, to find zebra foals hoisted into trees, and that is primarily by male leopards that have taken a liking to foals. They also take a number of other things, also young giraffe. I have seen that a few times. Male leopards taking young giraffe as well, and also hoisting them too. So quite interesting dynamics, but we are obviously focusing on the zebra right now. Springbok that are also about, and of course one or two gemsbok that are here. But different family groupings that are with us, and quite awesome to be able to sit back and just enjoy them. So you'll notice how the different harems kind of separate from each other. There's obviously a little bit of social understanding within them, and of course a little bit of interaction that also goes on. Quite funny watching those oryx run through the zebra. But you'll notice the different harems kind of sticking towards themselves. Of course they have obviously imprinted on themselves. Ooh, one also getting a little bit of a kick over there. So clearly I'm getting a little bit of hot and bothered. Hi, Maxine. Thanks very much for your question. And I think it was allosuckle. Correct. Just waiting for confirmation there. But to what I know, I don't think they do. And allosuckling being then the sharing kind of those mammalian glands between mares and foals. Perhaps there might be adoption if, say, a mare was to pass and there was an older or another mare that may have lost a foal and was still producing milk. She might then maybe take on a foal within a harem system. But I don't think that it is the normal case of things. I do think that primarily that wouldn't be the case. But zebra foals do obviously have to take on certain things. Obviously they've got to ingest certain bits of gut E. coli, and there's an elephant coming through, and that gut E. coli kind of helping because they do have a rudimentary digestive system. They are hind gut fermenters, so they do involve or engage in the practice of coprophagia, where in fact the foal will eat the mother's dung to kind of ingest the digestive enzymes from that. So the practice of coprophagia, something that's quite well documented, in particular with hind gut fermenters, to take on and imbibe the digestive mechanisms in E. coli from dung from a localized population. So it was something that happened with regards to white rhino, and they were relocated from Zululand and then obviously put into the Kruger Park. They realized is what that the rhino didn't have the digestive enzymes to be able to actually consume the local grasses and things. So their digestive systems actually struggled at that point, and it wasn't until they actually found local rhino within the Kruger system itself, and then obviously included that dung within feed for the rhinos that had been relocated, and it helped those rhinos then obviously ingest and imbibe those stomach enzymes, those digestive enzymes, that E. coli really, and that obviously then was then able to help those rhinos then obviously live correctly within that space. In particular with rhino, so even black rhino, when they are relocated, if there are obviously local populations of those rhinos, then coprophagia is a thing that the vets will introduce for that diet. But as I was saying, it is also a thing that zebra foals do as well, because they obviously have to take in those stomach enzymes, and of course then the practice of eating their mother's dung, coprophagia, then obviously helping them to take that and then obviously allowing them to be weaned. But I don't think that it is a common practice for them to be allosuckling, because there is quite heavy imprinting that does go on with regards to zebra foals and their mothers, and they are actually kind of kept away really from a harem once they are born for a number of weeks, days. So obviously does depend on the area and how many zebra may be around. But awesome to see the zebra coming through like this, and of course the dynamic going to change quite extensively now that this elephant is on the way. So a rather big bull, he's coming to join. So this lovely bull coming through to join. Looked like that wildebeest's kind of got a fright, and the dynamic of this waterhole is going to change quite extensively now that this bull Ellie comes down. Everything going to give it its space, or him his space. And we'll just have to wait and see really how that goes. But you'll notice that a number of animals kind of parting. He literally is parting the sea of zebra on the way down to the Okakuya waterhole. So we'll just wait and see how this really does go on. But you'll notice everyone kind of going to give him his space. He'll come down, settle himself, and then everyone will kind of come back through and then mill about the waterhole. So we'll just wait and see. He really is very imposing, that is for sure. You can just see that kind of gait that he does have. Really quite nonchalant and not worried about anything else that might be around. So, the Ellie approach underway, and he literally has cleared off all of the zebra. The wildebeest also thinking about coming down. I'm thinking he's going to come right towards us, so what I'm going to do is just watch this approach. So he's probably going to come right to where the water is pumped here at Okakuya. He really is rather big, massive individual. You can also just see by that width of his trunk and the base really there between his two tusks, kind of being an indicator as to how big a bull ellie or an ellie is in fact. You always kind of look at that width also helping to kind of give a gauge on age, but also just how impressive they can be. And this one is a rather impressive bull, that is for sure. So there's large kind of indentations into his forehead. Also, so this ellie probably around 40, 45 odd years of age, I would think. He's rather big. Of course, also the ellies here in this area, noted to be some of the tallest African bush elephants in the world. In fact, then, tallest elephant then we could find in the world would probably be from here. Obviously that is due to a number of adaptations that they may have had to obviously make over millennia. And quite an iconic photo that does come from this area, or at least with desert elephants, is when they are, and in particular the bulls, are on their hind legs reaching up in towards the anna trees and going for those anna tree pods. They just kind of skirted that area, I wondering why. Clearly he's found somewhere else, or thinks of somewhere else being better. I'm just going to sit back and just watch and see what he does do. A large herd of oryx that have come through, and there's actually a number of wildebeest that are about as well. So good to note. Nice to see good numbers of other animals also around. Of course, we have been inundated with springbok and zebra mostly throughout the day. And nice to see a lovely herd of oryx. Of course, good to see good numbers of wildebeest as well. But it's the ellie who's our focus, and we're going to just sit back and just enjoy time with this bull. So quite interesting. Now that the Ellie is settled, everyone kind of also settling themselves, coming back down to the water's edge, but also this large herd of oryx also coming through to join us, and lovely to see them in good numbers like this, and they are also going to be wading in the water. And quite a cool dynamic that we have. But now that the Ellie's settled and he's obviously come through to the water, everyone kind of feels that it is safe to approach. Of course, they will give him his space. Everyone kind of being quite happy that they can also drink at the same time. Quinton, most definitely, as I said, known to be some of the biggest elephants, or the tallest at least, in the world. Ellie's from here, Etosha, and of course then west of us into the desert areas as well. So really rather impressive animals. And quite interesting, just one of the things that I have noted, at least with these Ellies, is that the lack of hair that they have at the base of the tail. You notice when you are in other areas, if you do look at their tails, they're a lot hairier than that we do find here. It's just kind of an adaptation really that's happened, I'm sure, over years and millennia. Perhaps just with the genus that is around here at the moment. But it's quite something to actually just watch that, because it's not really something you actually pick out all the time. And something that I picked out, mostly just having watched them. Of course, when they do face away from us, we do have that lovely view of their backsides. So we have to focus on those things. But it is a rather impressive ball regardless. So quite awesome kind of watching all of these oryx come through, giving us a really cool insight into them. They kind of look like a regiment, an army regiment with those lovely long horns of theirs. They are very pretty antelope as well. They really are quite fantastic. I do thoroughly enjoy them as well. A number of cool adaptations that they also have, obviously, to survive in arid and hot climes, such as these. Of course, throughout Namib and into the Kalahari as well. It's really quite a special antelope. Wind slowly starting to pick up, so do excuse any shake that might come through. And of course, not being water dependent, they do get and derive a lot of that moisture that they do require on a day-to-day basis just from their food. Of course, also preferring to feed at different times in the day. So, of course, when there's dew present in the early hours, they will then feed then. Obviously, that dew then obviously adds to the moisture that they do require on a day-to-day basis, but also then being specialists with regards to finding different melons, tubers, different kinds, really. So, quite an interesting diet that the oryx do have. Really quite special antelope. Thoroughly enjoy them, and there in fact are, and I actually found this out the other day, 7 subspecies of oryx in the world. So obviously found throughout Africa and into Arabia. And those subspecies are the following. So obviously we've got this one, and this is probably the Angolan oryx. We do obviously then get the Kalahari, the Baissa oryx, the fringe-eared oryx, the Gala oryx, the Arabian, and then the scimitar-horned oryx. So those are the different subspecies of oryx that are found in this world. But quite awesome. Lovely to see them wading in like this. And of course, we're just going to sit back and just enjoy this Ellie and the time he's spending with us.
Thanks to our wonderful Wild Earth explorers, Wild Earth Kids is back. Your monthly subscriptions have allowed us to relaunch Wildwood Schools on a weekly basis, every Wednesday for the first hour of the Sunset Safari.
You guys bring a smile to my face every single day.
Sign your class up for a special virtual field trip to Africa, because touching the lives of the future protectors of our Earth truly matters.
So the dynamic very much changing once again. We've got a couple of zebra that are coming back down to us and just sitting back and enjoying this elephant. So that's exactly what we're going to do, just enjoying him and his presence. So lovely to just spend time here and awesome to spend time with this elephant, but we are back off to Amakhala and let's go and see what's going on there.
Thanks very much, Alex, and we are still with this very flat, sleepy male lion. He hasn't moved or budged at all since we've been watching him. And so it is top of the hour. And in case you have just joined us, my name is Andrew. Mpho is behind the camera. So far, it's been a good day so far. We've had this male lion so far. We've also done some other segments with the Bushman's Grave and some tool making sites and spec boom plants. And then Alex out at Ukukuyo has had some wonderful zebra sightings, and I think it was a lone elephant bull. And sadly, Madikwe did get rained out, but Cedric was quick enough to get the Mahiwa dark mane, which is quite nice. And all in all, it's been a great day. But don't forget, if you have any questions for us, you are welcome to send them through at any time, or any comments or anything like that. We would love to hear from you. So always a nice thing, you can interact with us. Cool. Let's go back to this male lion over here. Okay, he's so sleepy at the moment, and I don't blame him. I think he's probably going to sleep here for most of the day. But tonight, it's going to be quite surprising to see the distance that these lions might move. I'm looking forward to them actually getting out of this basin area, I won't lie. I think they've spent a lot of time down here, and they're doing well down here, don't get me wrong. They're very successful. They've chosen this area for a reason. But it would be nice if they came out of this basin area and went more on the top sections, i.e. closer to where we operate. Makes it a bit easier for us. It's just amazing how long they've been dominating this basin area for. It's been months and months and months. They really are enjoying it down there. Quite nice when a gust of wind blows through. Every now and then you just see a portion of his mane just fluffing up. Renata, 100%. You are quite right. So when they are roaring, i.e. advertising territory, it is a deep vocalization, and I'm not going to make it because I don't want to confuse this male lion. Not that I will. He knows what an imposter sounds like, but I'm not going to do that right here. But it's a deep sound that can be heard. You know, different books say different things, anywhere between 5 and 8 kilometers away. And then the contact calling is it's a lot less than the actual territorial calling. It's just this ooh sort of sound that they make. So yeah, different sounds they do make. I would love to show you some roaring action. I know at Madikwe, when I was out there, we had a really good time with that Mahiwa male, and he was roaring straight towards us, and I can promise you I could hear the tripod, which is behind me. I could hear it vibrating with old Rian, who was on camera with me back then. It's a sound you can't describe to anybody, and you can ask the most experienced field guide there is in Africa in the history of the universe, and he will still tell you that it's a difficult thing to describe when they do roar, especially roaring towards you, because you can feel that sound in your bones and organs, literally. You can, and then also the back of the vehicle, because we have seats in the back of the vehicle here, and essentially it's sort of like a pickup at the back, or a bakkie we call it in South Africa, but then with seats on top and a roof, and it's very hollow in the back, and because of that it does shake. Shakes and vibrates, a very awesome sound. But of course, when lions do roar, some people might be mistaken that the animal's trying to hunt. I've heard that before with some of my guests that I've taken out before. Definitely not hunting when they're roaring, because they're advertising themselves. Everything in the vicinity is going to know exactly where they are. Now, when you have a coalition of lions, like in Madikwe with the Mahiwas, when the coalition members roar, they roar together. So when one male starts roaring, immediately the other male roars with him. And the reason he does that, or they do that, is to advertise and send a message that there is a coalition operating, because other lions are going to hear there's 2 male lions calling at the same time there. They're together. They're more than likely brothers. They're going as a coalition. And coalitions are extremely strong. The most I've seen in a coalition was 3 male lions, and let me tell you, they were unstoppable. They would go into prides and just take whatever they wanted. Hunter, thanks for your question. Is there anything louder than a lion's roar? No, I think that is it. I think male lions, when they're roaring, nothing can be compared to it. We actually heard lions roaring early this morning. It was these guys over here, or this individual, this male lion over here. But it's actually incredible that when you are close to valleys and dunes and river lines and things like that, depending on what the topography of the land is doing, you'll find that roar actually bounces. So it's difficult to pinpoint where exactly where the sound is coming from. Very difficult. I can just see one of the butterflies just flying past us. It's gone now. It's African monarch butterfly. A pretty common butterflies out here. Also saw a citrus swallowtail early this morning. That's one thing I've really battled with in the years I've been a guide, is one of them is astronomy. I've really battled with the star side of things and then butterfly identification. It's tough for me. When I see Ben, oh man, Ben Coley makes it look so easy when he's doing his star talks and stargazings. And just to give you a little bit of information, that actually Ben is one of 5 SKS stargazers in South Africa. Now SKS stands for Special Knowledge and Skills, or Specialized Knowledge and Skills. And to get to this SKS level for any guide in Southern Africa is very difficult. You need to get a lot of things in a row. One of them is you need to have a FAGASA level 3 qualification, which is the highest qualification you can get for field guides. And I believe in the near future it's going to be seen as a degree. So Ben Coley has done very well with his stargazing adventures. Okay, great. So I did pose a question earlier on about pangolins, and if any of you have seen pangolins and how was it and what was the setting like, and I believe a few answers have come through. So I'm just going to wait for them to come through and then we'll discuss it. Renata, you are a lucky fish. So you saw pangolin in Zambia. You're also lucky to have gotten to Zambia. It's one of my biggest dreams to get out there. Yeah, count yourself very lucky here, because it took me 8 years before I saw my first pangolin in the wild. And that's me in the bush every single day, pretty much, except for when I'm on leave. And it's really not seen very often. And Renata, just to let you know, that I've met guides in South Africa who have got 25 years plus experience as a field guide, and they have never seen a pangolin, nor have they ever seen a pangolin footprint. I'm very lucky. Sadly, they are disappearing. It's the most trafficked animal in the world. There's certain medicinal beliefs about them and cultural beliefs about them, and sadly they do get poached very badly. A lot of conservation efforts are in place to conserve pangolins. Tswalu is one of the places that really does conserve pangolins and doing a lot of researches. And they're doing, I don't know if they still see as many pangolins as what they used to. I believe it's become very dry, or I'm not quite sure what the situation is there. But a lot of the anteaters have, sort of the numbers of them have gone down in terms of seeing them. So something in the environment is happening there. But when I was at Tswalu in 2012 or 2014, I was there. I saw in a space of 4 years, I saw 15 pangolins there. But that's the environment for them. Some of the best pangolins ever seen has been in the Kalahari. I've never seen pangolin in any other game reserve other than Tswalu. Mallory, I'm glad it's on your bucket list. Give it enough time. And one thing you must always do when you go on safaris and game drives, you have to go out there with good energy. You have to. And you can ask Ralph, he'll confirm this with you. But you know, we have found that when we go on safari with people, if the people are a little bit difficult and, you know, demanding, and we have found that we struggle to find animals when it's situations like this. But when we go out with guests that say to us, you know, just you go and do what you would like to do, you know, show us your favorite places, we trust you, go ahead. And they go out with very good positive energy. Man, the animals, they find you. I promise you, this is a fact. Many times I've gone out with guests that have got such high energy and they're portraying such good energy. We don't battle to find animals at all. Okay, let's watch this male lion and see perhaps if he's going to lift his head or not. So he's actually fast asleep right now. He's not even flicking an ear and he's not flicking his tail. This male lion is really comfortable, fast asleep. But it's amazing when they are fast asleep like this, they're not really fast asleep. Their ears are wide open. And if there's any branches breaking here or it sounds like something is approaching, even these subtle little sounds, immediately lift their head and have a look. Often enough, people think that lions don't have any, problems, that nothing is really going to try and attack them, etc. But this is not quite true. Their main competition is actually other lions. Perhaps not here in Amakhala, but with lions as a species, their biggest competitors are other lions. And then, of course, if elephants are walking up here and they see these lions and they feel threatened enough, they will charge them. And if they can get a hold of one, which they probably won't, they will definitely try and attack it. Lions won't stick around for that. They see elephants charging, they move. They pack up and they move immediately. Buffalo as well. If a big herd of buffalo came venturing up here and came across these lions, sometimes buffaloes get extremely aggressive with the lions, chase them away, and if they can corner them, they'll try and attack them. I see the sun is actually on half of this male lion at the moment, so he's probably going to start getting a little bit uncomfortable there because I can feel the heat now with the sun on my leg. It's pretty harsh. So I'm hoping that he's going to try and get up and shift a little bit, and we can actually see how big he is, because I haven't seen him in a good few months now. I'd like to see what his condition is like and what his mane is looking like. He's a wonderful lion, very popular with our mission controllers out and our directors. Okay, I think the rain has subsided a little bit in Madikwe. That's good news. Cedric wants to show you some warthogs. Let's go have a look.
The rain has subsided a little bit for now. Touch wood, let it stay away. But as you can see, we've got this warthog that's enjoying a bit of a wallow at one of the little mud wallows around here at Madikwe Game Reserve. And as you can see, still quite a bit of the grey clouds around. It's still very gloomy. And well, this mud wallow hasn't really got much water around here. The other day it was, but clearly this female warthog is just enjoying life here at the moment. She's got huge tusks on her. For a female warthog, I think this is like a warthog that, or female warthog that I've seen like with the biggest tusks ever, because look at the size of those tusks for this girl. And I'm actually so wrong. It's the wrong one. I thought so, but there was a female that went past us. This is a male. A young boy as well, sorry, because yeah, there was another one, yeah. I'm just trying to look where the other one went now. These warthogs are playing with my mind. Yeah, that's a male. You can see it's two sets of warts. But there's a female that's trying, maybe she just went behind a vehicle not long ago, so clearly I thought it might have been her that came here. I just saw a bum that was in the air there. But yeah, this young male as well, it's got nice tusks on him. He's also got big ones. It's like, I think a perfect tool to use to dig up and get this mud all nice and mushed up so you can get in there. But I don't know what he's doing. It's like he's got his nose buried in it. It's almost like he's stalking something, but they don't stalk anything. They don't hunt. I think it's just got, you can see the tusk full of mud. Full of mud. I think maybe he's just looking for a nice little spot that is nice and wet and mushy. Oh, you can see using that snout of his. I'm trying to pick it up and see if he can lie down there. I don't know why he wants to lie in this mud on a day like this. Maybe because of parasites. Maybe he's full of ticks and fleas. Maybe that's why he wants to get in there and try and get rid of those parasites around him. Could be a good reason. Oh, there is water. It looked like there was water coming out there. Gina, if this wallow becomes dry, the warthogs will go to another wallow that's got mud, that's wet. So, yeah, that's all I can say. Well, there is other wallows around here. Gina, I think maybe a bit further deeper in the bush, there might be some little other wallows around here. I'm sure there must be. But of course, you'll look around for that kind of wallows. They know exactly their area. But it looks like there was water there. It looked like a little bit of a splash of water, but I don't know. Maybe I'll have to go and investigate once that warthog is done there. Wow, look at that mud. He picked up half of the wallow on his tusk there. But yeah, well, if you've got if you've got a huge tusks like that, well, yeah, then of course definitely use them. Definitely use them. I don't know what he's looking for. It's just very interesting, because I thought maybe he might be looking for a nice little wettish area where he can at least lie down, but clearly he's not interested in that. I think he's more interested in just digging up the mud with his tusks and looking for something. Maybe he lost something there in the mud. No idea. He lost his keys. I think he misplaced his keys here in the mud. Oh, yeah, he can get out there. Oof. But you can see it's still very sloshy in there, so... Jackson, I'm sure a little bit. I'm sure that caked mud on his on that left. Look at that mud on his left tusk. I'm sure it gets heavy, but you know, well, once they start moving, because they go to just like rhinos and elephants and buffalo, they'll go against like a rubbing post, and also rub this. He'll rub himself against a post and try and get rid of that mud. So I'm sure he's not going to go carry that mud. See, it's already fallen off. You can see on his left tusk that big piece of mud's already fallen off, so it's not going to really stick around for long. It's the same as us. If you're going to take a nice bold mud bath, I'm sure you're going to be a little bit heavier than normal with all the mud around you. Well, it looks like that's all he wanted to do, is just have a little bit of a play around in the mud with his tusks. I think he's just a very proud male. With big tusks like that, I think he's just very proud. He just wants to show off. He wants to show off to us exactly what he can do with those teeth of it. But I think what he is getting a little bit behind there. But I've got to say something else I want to maybe show you if he does come out again. So let's see. No, I think he's moved off. I think he's not too interested in this now. But yeah, but everyone knows we are talking about like mud now, so I'm sure he's gonna you know, head to other places if this mud is all dried up here. They know the area very well. It's like, you know, your back garden, you know, your house. These animals, they know this area because this is their area. This is what they move back and forth all the time. And so yeah, no, definitely. All right, well, we're going to sit here a little bit longer. Let's head over to Okakuya with Alex.
So back in Okakuya, and fantastic scenes that we are watching. A little bit of zebra dynamic, a little foal running off over there. The oryx also wading in. Now, Ellie has left the scene, or the party, and the murder of crows really cranking up the decibels at the moment. So quite a bit to take in, but also quite a peaceful scene. A little bit of wind. You'll notice that just off the surface of the Okakuya waterhole at the moment. It is a bit blustery. But quite cool that we do have these oryx coming through to join us. There's 2 extras. We did also just hear some of the European bee-eaters as well. Always lovely to hear them. And a bit of a zebra bray going off in the background. But quite a cool thing. That actually looks like quite a young foal that's there with this zebra mare over here. You'll actually notice how long those legs are. And it is something that they've obviously evolved with and adapted to have. It's the fact that the foals have very long legs and their stomachs are at the same level. So predators then cannot designate between foal or mother. And this one seems to be rather young. Of course, zebra being able to drop foals throughout the year. There isn't a set breeding period or rut or anything of the sort. We do have a gestation of around a year. So obviously being able to drop those foals at any time of the year. There is obviously a peak when there are a number of foals or more foals than there would be. So the mean or average then does rise in the rainy season itself. But as I did say, zebra can have foals throughout the course of the year. And, you know, sometimes that might even be dictated to perhaps the loss of a younger foal and then coming into estrus at a different time of the year, perhaps in winter, and then obviously dropping a foal that following winter due to that. So quite a few variables that you would have to obviously take into account. Of course, I'm sure the zebras themselves would like to drop foals when there is plenty of food around. Obviously, that does make producing milk a lot easier. Of course, it does then also make it easier for a foal once it is weaned to then take on that nutritious kind of vegetation in that cycle. But as I said, if a foal is taken out, they will then come into estrus themselves, the mares. Of course, that stallion will then cover the mare, and within a year, that foal will then be born. So quite different to their friends, the wildebeest, and the wildebeest's cousin, the impala, who have set breeding kind of seasons. Both kind of happening quite simultaneous, really. Gestation of both of those being around 8.5 to 9 months. So the blue gnu, the ones that we see here, the gestation, and one that's actually in frame at the moment. Gestation being around 9 months. You can actually hear that gnu sound. And then obviously with the impala being a little less than 9 months, being at around 6 to 7 months. It obviously does depend on area. So the rut that would occur here with the black-faced impala probably happening a month or so later than the rut that would happen across in the Sabi Sands, or Madikwe or Amakhala. Those impala there probably getting ready to rut within the next 6 weeks or so. And the impala over here, the subspecies, black-faced impala, the more arid adapted, probably rutting in around June. Around a month or so later. But otherwise, quite cool. Awesome to hear all of those mourning doves. As I've said, one of my favorite sounds. Also quite cool having all of these crows around us. You can just hear that little rrr, that is the mourning dove. Really cool sound. It looks like most of the animals that were here slowly starting to move off.
The Wild Show has aired. The curtain has begun descending. But wait, you didn't catch all the episodes live. We are proud to announce that all 24 episodes of The Wild Show are available on the app.
Can we stop there, please? Because
watch out for The Wild Show Carousel, only on the app.
Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
So we've just zoomed out a little bit here at Okakuyo. We're waiting and watching all the Adams storks starting to come through. Far bigger numbers than they were here yesterday. And this lovely elephant bull still treating us. So quite cool. Lovely scenes. And what we're going to do is kind of wait and watch how the numbers swell. But while we do that, it's time for us to head back to Cedric and see what's going on in Madikwe.
Yes, thank you so much, Alex. I'm hoping everything does become more lively that side at Okakuyo. But I'm still sitting at this pan, Skoko pan. And of course, we have got a beautiful flower, this beautiful yellow flower that is pretty much sitting right in front of me. So, this is, of course, a wild hibiscus. Beautiful, as you can see, with the hibiscus flower. It's got this lovely yellow petals. And of course a beautiful maroon on the inside, and of course all the little pollen as well that's sitting in the center. So there is definitely two different kinds of insects that loves pollinating these hibiscus. The number one is of course bees. Bees is very important, of course, gathering all the little pollen around here. And on top of that, another one is your blister beetle. So the blister beetles love hibiscuses. So if you see a blister beetle, they'll always be sitting inside here and gathering all that little pollen. But what's interesting about the hibiscus now? Now the hibiscus is, now I know that in the Lowveld area, the ladies, if they are pretty much going to a wedding and they need some makeup, of course one of the things they do use, and if they do not have makeup with them, they love using natural things. So of course there's a lot of hibiscuses around here, these wild hibiscus flowers. And what they do down there in the Lowveld, well, they'll take actually just a little petal. I'll just take one of these petals. Of course, it's got that maroon color on the inside. So I'll just take two little petals here. And just take this. There's quite a few of them around this side. So, all right. So I'll take that maroon. And this maroon actually starts rubbing off. So if I can try, I'll try my best. Let's see if it works. It is wet. Let's try. Alright, so I'm going to try and squish it a little bit, try and make it mushy, and see if it's going to work here on my face. Can you see? Is it working? Not working?
A little bit, actually.
Nothing, eh?
No, maybe a little bit.
A little bit. So if you can try, well, you have to take a whole lot of it. I'm not going to try and remove all these petals and all the hibiscuses around here, because I don't believe in removing flowers from the environment. But I'm trying to... nothing.
Rub it some more. Rub it harder.
Huh?
Rub it harder.
I'm trying to squish every little bit of maroon out, yeah, but it's not working.
You look gorgeous.
Right, but anyway, so this is one of the things they can use as blush. So if they want to use blush, they use the inside of the hibiscus petal, and they can rub it. And actually, I did it the other day. It actually worked. But anyway, I don't know why this one doesn't. Maybe it's a Madikwe petal that doesn't want to work. But it did work. Yeah, it might be the rain, but yeah. So of course you can create a blush on your cheeks. Maybe I'm actually blushing myself, so maybe I don't even need the blush, as well as lipstick. So well, I'm not going to put that on as lipstick, but use this maroon and just kind of throw this all around the lips, and you can actually use this as a lipstick as well. So that's what the local people do in the Lowveld. So especially if they're going to go to weddings and that, and just kind of nicely use this as makeup and kind of fix themselves up a little bit, and it's a nice thing to use. The wild hibiscus, I absolutely love them. So well, that was a big fail, but anyway. There's also what's nice around here. I think I saw one here. Yeah, there's another plant that we see quite a bit here at Madikwe, and this is of course the common raisin bush. So the common raisin bush, exactly this one here. So what's nice now, usually I think around about August, September, you'll find those little raisins that's growing on them, and it's not like raisin but little seeds. Almost looks like the magic guari seed, and they sit on the side, and you can actually take them off and you can actually eat them. They're very nice, so that's why I call it a raisin bush. Very nice to eat, and if you're looking for some food, but that's only, as I say, end of winter, beginning of summer in these areas. but also with the wild raisin bush, what they used to use this for as well is because they got very straight. As you can see, the branches are very straight, so they don't go in any, and it's got a very flexible feel to them as well, very, very flexible. And so there's one or two things. First of all, you know, back in the days, our house masters, you know, our teachers, and even the parents back in the days when their discipline was still around, of course, they used to use the raisin bush stem itself to, of course, use as a hiding stick, because it's perfect to and a perfect thing to do that for. As well as, on top of that, clay lat. Now, clay lat is a game that we pretty much play in South Africa. So, of course, clay lat is where you take a whole lot of clay, take a big branch, one of these big branches of the wild raisin bush. Of course, it's long. Remove all the little branches off the side, and then you're going to have this long branch, and you take a piece of clay and you put it on top, like mold it to the tip of the branches itself, and then you fling it across. So you'll usually have a competition, almost like paintball games, you know, paintball. So of course, but this is just the natural bush way of kind of having our own paintball games, is clay lat. Clay lat means clay, of course, and lat. What is lat in English?
A lat is like a
lat stick.
Yeah,
a
it's
flinger.
not quite a cane. It's more like a crop, like a little,
like a flinger thing. Yeah, it's like a, thanks, Eagle. So yeah, so a lat, I'm not too sure what the lat side of things is, but I know what the clay is, and of course using that to swing it and chuck the clay. And these things can hurt if you do it properly, and if you've got the right stick for it. I tell you, it can become quite a good game and quite a sore game. So we used to do that as kids, the same as Eagle. He used to do that on his farm as well. So it was a typical thing. I know Chris Erasmus, I think he spoke about that quite a bit. I think he even did a bit of a demonstration on a clay lat, which was nice, but unfortunately a lot of our raisin bushes here are still a bit small. One of them nice big one, you got the proper stick that you can actually utilize in this area. But a lot of things, I think elephants and that enjoy these kind of things. So yeah, well, nice old raisin bush. Alright, so what we're going to continue trying to do is see what else we can find around this dam area. And you'll never know. I'm just keeping my eyes open. Alright, well, we're going to take a look what else.
So sadly, we did just lose Cedric there. We are obviously back here in Okakuyo, and we're enjoying our Ellie bull, who's treating us at the moment. No complaints about that. He is a lovely specimen, and there are a number of Abham storks. So we did zoom out, particularly to see them kind of swooping down. It seems that has kind of ended. We'll get a little closer now. We'll just spend some time enjoying Zebra Ellie's springbok and Adam storks. So really quite cool. Quite a bit going on. A number of zebra as well, still making their way down to us. So we'll keep a tab on that. We'll also just watch this Ellie. He is sleeping at the moment, or resting. You can see just kind of by that flaccid trunk. Not just hanging there, resting on the ground. Quite indicative of an elephant sleeping is when you do just notice that trunk not really moving, kind of just resting on the ground. And there's something that you'll pick up in terms of track and sign as well when you are out in the bush. You'll notice that if you do come across Ellie tracks or sign, if they have been sleeping, you will also see that indentation of their trunk. So quite a cool thing to do. Always awesome when you are on foot and you do get to do some track and sign. And you get to pick up on if an elephant has been sleeping or not. Of course, you'll notice that they would have been quite stationary. Perhaps the tracks might move a little left or right. But you will, as I said, notice that indentation from the trunk. So quite a cool thing regardless. But this guy definitely enjoying a Saturday siesta. And of course, he'll probably spend around 20% of his day, either drinking or sleeping. The rest of that 80% made up of moving and consuming. So whether that be grazing or browsing, that is what he will be up to within that 80% of his day. A bit of excitement here with the springbok. Otherwise, we're just sitting here watching our Ellie friend. I think he'll hang around for a few more moments, possibly then move off towards the Mopani thicket. We'll just have to wait and see. An oryx on the way down, and of course a number of zebra that are thinking of coming to join the Adams Storks. So just sitting here and enjoying a rather sleepy elephant bull. We're going to just watch this oryx as it wades into the water. Of course, also waiting to see if the number of Adams storks also increases. So we'll have to wait and see. Perhaps this is probably the extent of them. A number of zebras still off in the distance over there, and a number of springbok that are also hanging about. So no complaints, it is still busy. And just peaceful times. So a European bee-eater still about, one or two of them. The Cape Crow is also rather loud. Looks like one or two of the storks coming this side. No sign of that black-headed heron that was here yesterday. And let's just wait to see what may start to unfold. seems to be rather peaceful at the moment. A couple of European beaters, as we've said, resting Ellie, and a thirsty Gemsbok at the moment. So peaceful scenes, not too much else going on, but nice just to sit back and enjoy what is here and available to us. Really, that stork obviously getting frightened across back to his friends. I think one of the springbok disturbing it. Quite cool just to see that grebe still about. Definitely enjoying himself, and the wind definitely dying down. So rather awesome. So it is rather peaceful here, and we do have a lot of action going on across Njuma. Let us go and see who has decided to pop through. So here we are, and you will notice there are two lionesses, at least in frame at the moment. Looks like two, possibly a third. And I can only assume that these are part of the Talamati breakaways. Of course, if you do have an ID, please do send that through. But I would think that these are some of the Talamati breakaway lionesses. I'm not too sure of their names, but definitely here and about. And rather awesome. Who can complain with this? Black-crowned chagra calling as well, quite distantly. There's another one. It looks like a cub, sub-adult. Getting towards the shade. So let's just hang here for a moment. Let's wait to see what does start to unfold. But really awesome. Being able to sit here at Djuma and watch lions. So there's the black-crowned lapwing, or black-crowned chagra calling at the moment. Cape turtle dove. And of course our main focus is the lions, the lionesses really. So do excuse the shake from the wind. Of course we are probably at the extent of our zooming capabilities at the moment. Now that lioness looking straight through the grass, right at us at the moment. You'll notice her nose really, so her face definitely there. So while they are here and looking at us, I'm sure they probably will knock themselves over and fall asleep quite soon. But a nice little bit of time being able to be spent with the lionesses. Couple more just coming through the undergrowth there. As I said, just do excuse the shake. We are at the end of our zooming capabilities and we are watching these lions. They'll come through to join us. So giving us a treat. Quite fantastic to be able to just sit back and just enjoy them. Of course, it is kind of the heat. We're getting towards the heat of the day. The lion's probably going to be less active for the next few hours. You'll notice this lion is his head just turn over there. Really quite cool. No complaints at all at the moment. A happy chap indeed. At least I am. Some hornbills as well calling in the distance. I'm just watching to see who else may come through the thicket here at the moment. We have seen 2 others come join this lioness. As I said, I do think she's probably going to start to rest up. You will see a kind of horizontal. They obviously spend a lot of time sleeping, lions, and it's clearly what is the order of the day at the moment. So we're just going to have to wait and see. Hopefully 1 or 2 others will come and join them, but probably sticking to the thicket and the shade. The sun being out, no doubt it is rather hot and humid. So we'll just have to wait and see what does kind of happen at the moment, but more than likely sleep is on the cards. So it looks like the lions have started to fall asleep, and I think it's time for us to go back to Okukuyo because these lions are probably not going to be too mobile. And it doesn't do exactly that, but lovely to see them anyway. And let's head across back to Okukuyo. So back to another peaceful scene and another resting animal, this being the Ellie bull. As we said, definitely taking the opportunity to rest up, get in those Zeds and enjoy the rest of his afternoon after this, no doubt. A lot of feeding will probably take on. But it does seem to also be quite a peaceful moment here in Okukuyo. I'm going to zoom back out. I do just want to have a look to see if anyone else has kind of taken to the shade of the camel thorn. It doesn't look like there are many springbok under that. They do generally go to that side. I think what we'll do is just sit back here. Hopefully more Abham storks will come through and join us. We'll just have to wait and see.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
So peaceful scenes here at the moment. Not much going on. There isn't much movement really. A couple of springbok that are in the waterhole. Ellie Bull is resting up. And the Adam Storks not doing too much either. Kind of just sitting and enjoying themselves. Otherwise just enjoying the sounds and the surrounds at Okukuyo at the moment. So we've got some blacksmith lapwings, Cape crows. You will also hear the mourning doves. Possibly even notice that there are a couple of zebra just off in the distance over there. And we've got some European bee-eaters that are calling. But otherwise, kind of a break in happenings and action at the moment. So we're just going to sit here and just enjoy. Hopefully something else will come through and join us. And otherwise, we'll just wait to see what action may unfold with regards to the Ellie. Probably going to move off at some stage. Maybe have a final drink before that. But we'll just have to wait and see. So just sitting here, watching and waiting. Not too much going on. It is obviously kind of midday, and we can assume that a lot of the wildlife will kind of take refuge in the shade. Also, stop kind of moving around too much, conserving energy. But it looks like this Ellie quite happy just to sit back and just enjoy. A couple of the Springboks also just coming through, and we're waiting to see who else may come through and join us. Hi Jim, thanks very much for your question. I think you mean that there aren't too many storks left and the others may have migrated north. Probably make the most sense there. But yeah, it does look like we've got a lot more storks than we did have yesterday. So there were less around yesterday, probably just a handful or so of them. And that due to cloud cover and it being rather overcast yesterday. So clearly still around in the area, and I did say yesterday that we can assume that a lot of them have maybe moved eastward, kind of tracking the last of the bits of rainfall that we will have for our summer season, although we are really in the first month leading into our second month of autumn here in the southern hemisphere. There obviously is still pressure systems and precipitation that is obviously occurring. So I would assume that a number of these storks have also started to move eastward, obviously starting to get on that long journey back over the equator and to the areas they wish to then frequent, or where they may obviously winter, or I suppose northern hemisphere summer. So it depends on how you look at it, but at least for us here, that would be where they would winter. So above the equator in the Sahel belt being a kind of separate savanna ecosystem or zone from the kind of equatorial or equator tropical forests of Africa, so Congo Basin and that. And just above that, in the Sahel belt that kind of runs just before the Sahara Desert forms or starts. A very special area, not too much known about it, and some special animals that also are found there. And this is kind of the area that these storks will go to, as far west as Senegal. So really quite awesome. It looks like Ellie's slowly starting to wake up. I think having enough of a rest. So as I said, probably going to have a little drink and then maybe start to move off. But I think his resting time slowly starting to lapse. So really not too much going on, and just going to have to sit here, be patient, wait to see if anything else does come to join us, or if action does kind of heat up. But at the moment, Miss Ellie really being quite pleasurable just to sit and watch. Although he is resting and sleeping, not doing too much, it is always cool to spend some time with elephants.
happens there.
So Ellie Bull coming back to drink, it looks like. It looks like he has woken up eventually. And what we will do is let's just reposition our camera for the moment. Sit and watch him as he comes back to drink. I think he is probably after this going to start to make his way into the Mopani thicket and get to feeding. Of course, he does require a lot of food to power himself. The bulk grazers, known to also be the gardeners of the bush, do adapt and change a lot of area as well where they are present. And we've got a rather large herd of zebra making their way down to us. So let's just wait and see what does happen. But as I said, I think this Ellie is going to have one last drink and then start to head off into the Mopani thicket. Hi Earth Lover, thank you very much for your question. A very interesting one at that as well. And just before I really get into the semantics of the circumference of an elephant foot, it is the front feet or the front pads that are obviously far larger, or a bit larger, more round in circumference than their back feet, of course, because they also have to carry that rather large head, very big trunk. Of course, a lot more weight attributed to the front. So the front pad bigger and less elongated than the back pad of that. And with an elephant the size of this, he's probably around, 3.5 odd meters tall. He's a very tall elephant, a big bull. And you're probably looking at around 140 odd centimeters in circumference. So probably around 50 odd centimeters from the front to the back of that front pad. And then obviously with a cow, she would be a little bit smaller. Big cow probably being 2.5 odd meters at her shoulder height. And of course her pad being a little bit smaller than a bull, probably at around 100 odd centimeters in circumference. Also with African elephant, they do have 5 odd toes, but hard to distinguish them when you are tracking them. You won't necessarily see the toes on that track. But really awesome tracks anyway to see. When you do see elephant tracks, kind of these big kind of dinner plate saucer things that are on the ground, lots of little crevices in that, and obviously or cracks that are obviously found in that. And quite a soft pad. Obviously when you do hear Ellies walking in the bush, you really won't hear them, because they really do move rather silently. There's quite a big cushiony fleshy part between the digitaria being those toes and the ankle joint that would be found then in that pad or in the foot. So a nice cushiony bit, and it does help them then move through the bush. And it's actually quite surprising when you think that a big Ellie bull has between 6 to 8 tons odd at the really end of the scale, but being able to move through the bush almost undetected, and that is the case. So quite special, awesome to be able to chat about that. So thanks very much, Earth Lover. Thanks for your question. You see that Ellie at the moment, but quite a bit going on. This Ellie, lots of zebra action. Of course, we've got a good number of Adam storks at the moment. Looks like one black-faced impala and a couple of springbok that are still around. So no complaints. Maybe he'll give himself a little bit of a splash if he's feeling quite hot. I think he'll probably move off after that. So we're just sitting back enjoying our Ellie. For those of you that are interested, I suppose, it's cool to chat about the differences between African and Asian elephant. Of course, we do get 3 kind of designated subspecies of elephant. So we get the African forest elephant, African savanna elephant, and the Asian elephant. There are a number of subspecies of the Asian elephant as well. But the differences really come down to a number of things. There's about 10 of them that defined the difference between African and Asian elephants. One of them being the fact that this Ellie, and when he does turn, hopefully, and you would have maybe seen it, has kind of a single dome on his head. An Asian elephant will have 2 domes, so one at the front and one at the back. Obviously, the Asian elephant noted to kind of have very small ears, short in shape, kind of like the shape of the Indian continent. An African elephant, this bush elephant, or savanna elephant, kind of looking like the continent of Africa. African elephant being far bigger as well. And also with regards to their trunks. This African elephant will have 2 kind of fingertips, and an Asian elephant would have 1. Also far more wrinkly than the Asian elephants. And it was also noted with regards to Asian elephants that a number of them also do not grow tusks. And primarily only the bulls really grow tusks with the Asian Ellies. It does depend on area as well. And the last one being just with regards to their toes. Did note that differences in the toes and what I was showing. And an Asian elephant having 4 nails at the back, or toenails, and this African elephant will have 3. So still just enjoying our Ellie, and one of the other key characteristics we do note between African and Asian Ellies, and you can actually see it right here, as in that back there is a dip. So this African elephant will have a back dip from his shoulders down then to his hindquarters, and then an Asian elephant will have an arch in their back. So those are just some of the characteristics that do define elephant and the different elephants we do find across the world. And really quite special just to be able to sit back and enjoy him. And also just enjoy the zebra milling about. So if you have tuned in, we were also just talking about a different change in season, and it is currently autumn here in South Africa, and that does mean that the sun does rise later and also sets sooner. And in lieu of that, Wild Earth will be having a time change for all of our drives, and this is from tomorrow, Sunday, the 26th of March. This obviously kicks off with the Sunrise Safari, and this means that the Sunrise Safari and Escape to Nature will then start an hour later, and the Sunset Safari will start an hour earlier. So if you do want to get the exact times, please do head over to our website, wildearth.tv, and you'll be able to see exactly that. Maybe even set your alarms for the different time changes, and ensure that you also don't miss out on any of the great moments we will bring to you from the African bush. So just so that you are aware, tomorrow we will be kickstarting Escape to Nature then at 09:30 Central African time. So the wind slowly also picking up a little bit. Of course, that disturbance of the weather, or the surface really, being denoted by the amount of wind that is coming through. So just sitting here and enjoying our Ellie as he is here. Kind of wading in. I'm hoping he does maybe splash himself a little bit. Perhaps even cover himself or spray himself with a bit of mud. Really, I suppose, the silt that will be found here at the bottom of the Quail waterhole. That remains to be seen. We'll just have to wait and see. Definitely having a good time. Blowing water about as well. And let's just wait and see. So, probably getting ready to get on his bike and head off into the wilderness. But we are hoping that he does give himself a little bit of a spray before that. Hi Lenny, thank you very much for your question. And Escape to Nature will effectively be 3 hours, so it will be from 09:30 CAT until 12:30 CAT. So hopefully that does answer your question. Looks like this Ellie is slowly getting a bit more active. Obviously try and keep best of tabs on him. A couple of European bee-eaters still about. And the zebras all kind of moving off into the distance. One wildebeest as well. The zebra kind of following the same pathway that the elephant did follow coming through. It'll be interesting to see which direction he does head off in. But we're just waiting to see. But really awesome. He has treated us to a fantastic sighting today.
Are you safari savvy? How good is your animal knowledge? Animal Quizmania is back by popular demand.
How cool is this?
In aid of Earth Month for the whole month of April, we will be hosting Quizmania. Teams will pit against each other every week for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people. Fill out the form on our website, name your team, and come get Wild Earth.
So I do have controls again, and we're going to try and just track this Ellie as he plays around over here. Let's try to see if we can't get a little closer. Obviously don't want to be too affected by the wind. I'm clearly enjoying a bit of shade, perhaps picking up any pods that might be there. Probably out of season for pods just yet. Can expect that probably towards the end of dry season as well. But this Ellie definitely starting to get on his bicycle and move off. But definitely a wonderful sighting with him. And that was him as well. Rather flatulent Ellies, like most hindgut fermenters. He does also seem to be rather relaxed though as well, so really treating us to a fantastic little bit and sharing his day with us. So quite awesome, no complaints about that. I think he's probably going to start to move off now. Looks like that is his intention. And what we will do is just follow and watch which direction he kind of continues to move off in. Kind of coming from the same one he came in from. So clearly something on his brain or mind that he may wish to go and find again. Hi Kim, thanks very much. Yes, thank you for joining us. It has been a very serene Saturday. Lots going on. Nice to also just spend some time with this Ellie. Of course, it was also fantastic to see the Lions across in Djuma. And obviously a number of other things that we have been able to enjoy. This Ellie slowly moving away, and he is going to move out of our view, going along the other side of the Okakuyo camp itself, following the fence. And that is really the last we are going to see of him. So what we will do is head back here. Let's see if there's anything else going on. A couple of Springboks still here. The Abham Storks. Zebra still milling about in the distance. So let us wait and see. Perhaps someone else may come through in the last moments. It looks like it's really just the Springbok that we will be able to enjoy. Him and the Abham Storks. But lovely and busy, of course, a fantastic day. Awesome to escape to nature like this. And we really have had a good time of it today. So our Ellie has left us. We've got a couple of zebra coming through to join the Abham Storks and the Springbok. And it is sadly that time of the day where we do have to say adios, farewell, enjoy the rest of your Saturday afternoon. Of course, stay tuned for the rest of what we will bring to you. And of course, the Sunset Safari later on. And obviously, as I did allude to, Escape to Nature will start tomorrow morning at 9:30 CAT. So do come through and join us. We do look forward, obviously, to escaping to nature with you. It has been a very fantastic day. So on behalf of all of us here at Wild Earth, thank you so much for joining us. And thank you to the wonderful areas and spaces we have been in today and the wildlife that joined us. It has been a fantastic escape. And of course, we wish you a fantastic rest of Saturday. Do enjoy, and cheerio from us all.